Chapter 1306. Even if the human king was alive, he would only be like this. This guy's talent is indeed too terrifying. In the future, if he doesn't die, I'm afraid he will really become another human king. People couldn't help but secretly discuss. Even those who didn't like Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao's talent was too strong. However, some people were looking forward to it. And some people were trying to strangle Ling Xiao in the cradle. In the crowd, there were many gazes that harbored ill intentions towards Ling Xiao. Sun Zai and Xiao Ji should be more clear. Medicine King Sun Zai not only lost a lot of face because of Ling Xiao, but with this guy's narrow-mindedness, it was impossible for him to allow such an awesome person like Ling Xiao to continue living. He didn't want to lose his position. Xiao Ji was the Divine Phoenix Empire's Frost General, the elder brother of the Raging Fire General Xiao Zhan. Ling Xiao killed Xiao Zhan, so he naturally had to take revenge. What's more, he was also from Phoenix Cry Chishan. Phoenix Cry Chishan didn't like Ling Xiao, so he had to help the Crown Prince get rid of his dissidents. Of course, the people from Ghost God Palace who were unhappy with Ling Xiao also included the people from Ghost God Palace. When they came, there were 24 prisoners, but now one died, and it was killed by a small figure like Ling Xiao. This not only surprised them, but also made them angry. Of course, more importantly, it was because Ling Xiao, this guy, ruined their plan. They originally planned to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but who knew that an anomaly like Ling Xiao would appear, which greatly reduced the effect of their plan. People would feel that they weren't that scary, and that they could be defeated, so there was no need to be so afraid. Because of this, there were already many martial artists who thought that they wouldn't lose to Ling Xiao, who approached the 24 prisoners, the 13 ghost god hounds, and the black palanquin. Among them, of course, included Medicine King Sun Zai, Ji Qing, Ancestor Chengel, and even Water God Palace's protector Zhongshui. The Imperial Jade Seal was taken away by Ghost God Palace, which also allowed Water God Palace to temporarily escape from the Sea of Bitterness. However, he didn't really plan to abandon that thing, otherwise Water God Palace would be further away from Ghost God Palace. Gai Chonglu! Since you're already here, why are you sneaking around? Is it comfortable to hide in your coffin? At this moment, a strange fragrance drifted over. Then, a person arrived gracefully. Master! Tianhai Pearl looked at this person and shouted excitedly. The newcomer was Water God Hall's protector Ruoshui, Tianhai Mingwei. Like Protector Zhongshui, she was a yin-yang realm expert. It was rumored that she was even stronger than Protector Zhongshui. Judging from her actions, it seemed that the rumors were true. Every movement of this woman exuded a strong sense of nobility, and her attire was also graceful and luxurious, which was quite different from the otherworldly Moon Maiden. Gai Chonglu? Many people were stunned. They might have heard of the Ghost Shrine, but they had never heard of the name Ghost Tower, so they didn't know what it meant. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out from the black palanquin. It seemed to be formless and had no power. But Protector Ruoshui was clearly shocked. Gai Chonglu, it's only been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be a yin-yang realm 3rd level expert. Good, very good. Protector Ruoshui's expression changed. She tried her best to block the beam of black light, but she was forced back 4 or 5 steps before she stopped. We don't want the Imperial Seal anymore. Water God Hall, retreat! With Protector Ruoshui's order, Tianhai Pearl had no choice but to obey even if she didn't understand. Protector Zhongshui was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood Protector Ruoshui's meaning. They were both yin-yang realm experts, but the difference between the 2nd and 3rd level was too great. Ordinary people couldn't surpass it. Moreover, every yin-yang realm expert was a genius. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to challenge someone of a higher level in the yin-yang realm. Unless you were a monstrous genius like the human king. Let's go! Protector Zhongshui also shook his head and left. The person in the bronze coffin didn't stop them. Although he was stronger than the two of them, it was better to avoid trouble. After all, he came for the Imperial Seal, not to start a feud. Watching water spirit temple's people retreat, even abandoning the imperial jade seal, the rest of the cultivators glanced at each other, dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Yunya, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company should give up the fight for the imperial seal for now. Gui Chonglu has already taken the initiative. Sa, it's all my fault. I didn't ask the headquarters to send people. Ji Qing also spoke at this time. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's group retreated. Before leaving, he glanced at Ling Xiao in the crowd and said, "Even without the imperial seal, you can still become a peerless genius. There's no need to lose your life because of this. Hurry up and leave." "Thank you for the reminder, Senior." No matter what Ji Qing's purpose was, Ling Xiao had a good impression of him. However, he didn't leave after Ji Qing left. He knew that the ghost shrine could tolerate others leaving, but they could not tolerate him leaving. "Luo Yu, let's go." Medicine King Sun Bu hesitated for a long time. Although he was very unwilling, he had a strong point, and that was that he was cautious enough. The Imperial Seal wouldn't be a threat to him if it fell into the hands of Ghost Shrine. After all, even Ghost Shrine needed pills. He just didn't want that thing to fall into Ling Xiao's hands. "Yes, Master." Before Ji Luoyu left, she also glanced at Ling Xiao, reminding Ling Xiao not to be greedy for the Imperial Seal. Immediately after, the people of Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Black Water Immortal Island, and Black Crow Empire all left. In addition, a large number of cultivators also left. In just a moment, Gui Chonglu didn't appear. He just showed his strength, and directly scared away more than half of the cultivators. These people should be glad that they left. They should be happy with their choice. "You're not leaving?" A voice came from the bronze coffin, directly directed at Ling Xiao. "I want to leave, but I'm afraid I can't," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Ha ha ha, at least you know your place. If you don't leave, I'll only kill you. If you leave, I'll kill everyone around you." That voice was eerie and terrifying, as if it was the voice of a ghost from hell. Many people trembled when they heard it. Some of the cultivators who were only in the heaven realm turned and fled. If they couldn't even withstand the murderous aura released by the other party, how could they compete for the Imperial Seal? Wasn't that just daydreaming? "You're just a Ghost Shrine Branch Hall Master, but you're so arrogant. Don't forget that the Sky Dragon continent is the origin of the mystic world. A Yin Yang Realm Level 3 expert is indeed powerful, but you might not be able to kill me." Ling Xiao was slightly nervous. He couldn't see through the cultivation of a Yin Yang Realm cultivator, so he didn't know if the Moon Maiden or this guy was stronger. But at this moment, since he knew that he was going to be killed, why should he lower his voice? Chapter 1307. Even if he were to die, he had to die a little more resolutely. Ling Xiao's idea was that simple. "Hee, you won't be so resolute later." The voice from the bronze coffin paused for a moment, then quickly spread out. "It seems that the people who stayed behind still want to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal. In that case, our Ghost Shrine might as well send you on your way." While speaking, the black palanquin began to tremble violently. Following that, the chains on top of it kept making crackling sounds. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air. The four little giants placed the black palanquin on the ground and hurriedly retreated to the side. Then, the 23 prisoners and the four little giants all knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, Ghost General! The divine sect has descended and unified the mystic world." Unify the mystic world? Such a slogan was definitely not something that ordinary people would dare to say, and it was even more so not something that ordinary sects would dare to say directly. Although many people had thought about it, they only said it in private. To actually say it in front of so many people, it was enough to show how arrogant and confident they were. The divine sect they spoke of was the profound sect of the past. This profound sect was originally the largest religion in the sacred dynasty. Later on, the sacred dynasty declined, and they took advantage of the situation to rise and become the most powerful force in the mystic world. After the attack of the True Devil Empire, the profound sect naturally had to fight against them. After all, they were not willing to give up the situation that they had worked so hard to obtain. However, the true Devil Empire was really too powerful, especially the true Devil Great Emperor. He almost destroyed the headquarters of the Profound Sect with his own strength. After the headquarters of the Profound Sect was destroyed, the Sect Master of the Profound Sect disappeared and the Vice Sect Master submitted to the true Devil Empire. The remaining 2 Bodhisattvas, the 4 Heavenly Protectors, the 8 Guardian Vajra, and the 12 Temple Bishops all escaped and went into hibernation. The true Devil Great Emperor had consumed a lot of energy in the battle. Perhaps because he was preparing for the battle with the Sacred Dynasty, he did not have time to eliminate these remaining forces. This caused the remaining forces of the Profound Sect to once again rise from the ashes and develop at an incomparably fast speed. The 2 Bodhisattvas went into seclusion, while the 4 Heavenly Protectors, the 8 Guardian Vajra, and the 12 temples gradually developed into independent sections. The Water Spirit Temple and the Ghost Shrine that appeared now were 2 of the 12 temples. Back to the main topic. As the surrounding black gas continued to condense into the bronze coffin, it suddenly released a dazzling black light. This black light was like a total solar eclipse. Although it was difficult to see clearly, it was more dazzling than ordinary sunlight. In that instant, Chang'e Square was shrouded in darkness. No wonder even Protector Ruoshui and Protector Xiongxue left. Gui Chonglu is much stronger than before, but I should be able to deal with him. An old man stood in a corner filled with silver coins. The old man was wearing a loose robe with a hood covering his face, so it was impossible to see who he was. However, the old man did not seem to be afraid of Gui Chonglu's strength. From this, it could be seen how strong he was. I've said it before. Those who stay will die. Those who escape will also die. From today onwards, Sin City will be our Ghost Shrine's stronghold on the Divine Phoenix continent. The sound from the bronze coffin became louder and louder. The lid of the coffin slowly opened, and a figure could be seen walking out. Run! At this moment, those martial artists who were hoping for a fluke finally understood the terror of Ghost Shrine. They turned around and ran. What's the use of running? Do you really think Ghost Shrine will let you leave? Other than those yin-yang realm martial artists, no one can escape. Unless you destroy these people from Ghost Shrine. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in everyone's hearts. The martial artists who were planning to run stopped. Yes, Ghost Shrine had made it very clear. They wanted to take over Sin City and kill all the martial artists here. This was also their usual way of doing things. That kid is right. But so what? Even if you unite, you still can't escape death. Why don't you just obediently accept death and avoid pain? The lid of the bronze coffin was almost completely opened, and a person walked out. This person was not as ugly as those prisoners. It could even be said that this person was somewhat cool and handsome. Looking at his appearance, he was very young. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age could be over 100 years old. Martial artists were very accurate in judging age. This person had long green hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes were covered in thick eyeshadow, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. His eyes were green, deep and cold. At the same time, his appearance brought about a storm of blood. Kill! 23 prisoners. 13 ghost divine hounds. 4 small giants charged out at the same time and began a merciless slaughter. Many people knew that Ghost Shrine's martial arts were killing martial arts. In other words, the more they killed, the stronger they became. Therefore, their understanding of slaughter was much deeper than many martial artists. Where was the easiest place to kill the enemy? Where was the easiest place to attack? Miserable screams continued to sound. Souls were extracted from the corpses and merged into Gui Chonglu's body. This evil technique was very similar to the one Corpse Granny used that day. But Gui Chonglu was clearly much stronger than Corpse Granny. Although his strength was constantly increasing, his body did not change much. Only his aura became more terrifying. It could be seen that although this martial art had side effects, once trained to a certain level, they could be ignored. The souls of those pitiful martial artists were constantly screaming, but it was useless. Although they were not weak, they were not weak. Although they were not weak, the remaining 23 prisoners were all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, from the first to the fourth Grotto Heaven. Facing most of the martial artists in the square, they could mercilessly slaughter them. The 4 small giants were even more terrifying. 3 of them were at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. One of them was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven. When they killed, they were even more unscrupulous. Except for half-step Yin-Yang realm and Yin-Yang realm martial artists, they could ignore almost everything. The strength of the 13 ghost divine hounds was probably equivalent to a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Although they were only at the first Grotto Heaven realm, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was still a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. They could easily crush them. Ah! Miserable screams sounded more frequently, and the number of corpses on the ground increased. Although many martial artists tried their best to counterattack, they were helpless against powerful and mysterious opponents. Gui Chonglu did not attack, because he knew that there were still experts in the crowd. Those people were left for him to deal with. He had to conserve his energy. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. Even if the Yin-Yang realm martial artists did not attack, the prisoners, ghost divine hounds and small giants were not invincible. Bang! A prisoner was blasted into pieces that scattered in the air. Chapter 1308. One of the prisoners was directly smashed into pieces. The one who attacked was an expert from the Divine Phoenix Empire, Frost General Xiao Ji. Although Sin City was said to be in a lawless area, it was the closest to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Frost General Xiao Ji was one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It would be unreasonable if he didn't attack. I didn't expect Xiao Ji to be so much stronger than Xiao Zhan. This person is probably at the 10th paradise level. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Kill! With another shout, a sword aura as clear as flowing water pierced through the air. A prisoner's head was chopped off, and he died on the spot. The one who attacked was Jade Wave Sword Mo Kang. This person was young, but his strength was terrifying. He originally wanted to rely on the Water God Hall to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal, but he didn't expect the Water God Hall to flee in panic after seeing Gui Chonglu. This greatly disappointed him, so he decided to stay. As for his father, Mo Cho, he didn't appear. He was probably healing somewhere. Destroy! Another expert attacked. This time, it was Ji Ning from the Celestial Empire. The current Ji Ning had abandoned the title of Northern Region King, and had completely become the Celestial Empire's divine general. Only in the Celestial Empire could he obtain true respect, and only then could he display his remaining strength. The long spear drilled out like a poisonous dragon, easily piercing through the body of a small giant. Ji Ning's attack was simply tyrannical. He killed the stronger giants. At the same time, Cold Plum also attacked. Her figure flashed, sweeping past another small giant. That 7th paradise level giant's throat was slit on the spot, and he died a tragic death. Divine Light Shadow All! Ling Xiao also attacked. The Divine Light Shadow All drilled into the crowd, directly piercing through the body of a prisoner. That prisoner was chopped to death on the spot. These scenes of battle caused the martial artists who were originally in a state of panic to regain their composure. They had no reason to be afraid. Although the enemy was strong, they weren't weak either. Even though many people had left, the people from the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Celestial Empire, and Jade Wave Island didn't leave. There were also many hidden experts in the crowd. What were they afraid of? Kill! Finally, someone's blood began to boil. This battle was not only for the sake of the Imperial Jade Seal, but also for the sake of survival. To them, only by destroying the people of the Ghost Shrine would they be able to survive. The Ghost Shrine was arrogant and overbearing, but at the same time, they were digging their own graves. Damn it! Gui Chonglu frowned. Up until now, the battle had not gone according to his script, which was something he did not expect. Enraged, he finally decided to make his move. Hound of the Ghost God, return! With a roar, the 13 Ghost God Hounds turned into 13 beams of black light and entered Gui Chonglu's body. At the same time, a huge black dog appeared behind Gui Chonglu. This dog actually had 3 heads, and its body was incomparably huge. When its saliva dripped down, it would turn into boiling hot lava. Cerberus? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be taken aback. He had long since heard that on the Purgatory continent, there were many extremely strange beast-type martial spirits. The Cerberus was one of them. It was rumored that the Cerberus was the guardian of the netherworld. No one knew why it came to the mystic world, but those who possessed such a martial spirit were usually very powerful. No wonder the 13 ghost godhounds did not die even when their bodies were smashed. After all this fuss, it turned out to be Gui Chonglu's martial spirit. No wonder. Gui Jiang. Gui Jiang. The remaining prisoners and the small giant retreated behind Gui Chonglu and shouted loudly. In their hearts, Gui Chonglu was an invincible existence. At least on the first 3 continents, he was absolutely undefeatable. He, I have underestimated you, but now you will all die. Gui Chonglu's face revealed a cold and sinister smile. The martial artists who were originally filled with fighting spirit began to tremble again. Ji Ning, Emot Song, Cold Plum, Xiao Ji, and the others all revealed solemn expressions. Gui Chonglu was really too powerful. On the first 3 continents, a yin-yang realm expert was basically invincible. The dark aura spread throughout the Chang'e Square, and Ling Xiao felt his body trembling slightly. But fortunately, the vast aura of the mountain and river martial spirit emerged and blocked the dark aura in an instant. He sighed inwardly at how lucky he was. Then, he called Ling Mei and Ji Ning over, allowing them to stand in his paradise domain. This way, they could be protected by the mountain-river aura. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Are we going to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal? Ji Ning asked. There's no need to be so formal in this kind of situation. Call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't want his relationship with Ji Ning to fade just because he had become the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. All right, what do you think, Ling Xiao? I think this Gui Chonglu is extremely powerful. Unless the Moon Maiden is willing to make a move, no one can stop him. Ji Ning asked. Sister Moon Maiden is in seclusion. There's no need to disturb her. There's no need for us to interfere in today's matter. Let's retreat. Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's just a fake Imperial Jade Seal. Even if they fight until their heads bleed, it has nothing to do with us. What? Ji Ning was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a situation. There's no need to be so surprised. Great General, don't you know me? Now that I'm not strong enough, I naturally have to use more strategies. The appearance of the ghost shrine was an accident, but it was not out of my consideration. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You've really fooled all the heroes in the world. If they knew the truth, wouldn't they tear you into pieces? Ji Ning sighed. Only the 3 of us know about this matter. As long as the 2 of you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one else will know. This will become a complete secret. Ling Xiao smiled and said, All right, before Gui Chonglu attacks, let's retreat first. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the Chang'e Square, the remaining prisoners all gathered together and blocked his path. Others can leave, but not you. Gui Chonglu said coldly. Gui Chonglu, others may not know, but I know. You came from the White Tiger continent to the City of Sin. In order to hide from the other experts, you used the soul-body separation technique. This method will weaken your strength by 70 to 80% in a month's time. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Gui Chonglu and said, Originally, I didn't want to make this matter public. But since you insist on keeping me here, then don't blame me. Stinking brat. Gui Chonglu's face was gloomy and ugly. He really did not expect that this brat could see through something that even Medicine King Sun Sa could not see through. Could it be that this brat was even more terrifying than Medicine King Sun Sa? Of course, he did not know that Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, and could see through the flow of internal energy in his body. Chapter 1309. Gui Chonglu didn't want to admit that Ling Xiao pointed out his weakness, but it was useless. The yin-yang realm martial artists present were ready to make a move. The first to leap into the air was the white-robed and hooded martial artist. Boom! The two of them exchanged a palm strike in the air. The martial artist's body fell. Although he was at a disadvantage, he laughed. Ling Xiao was right. You are indeed not in your peak state. Then, he said loudly. Macho, Phoenix Cry Wan Chong, stop hiding. If you want to share the human monarch's notes, then make your move. It's him? Ling Xiao heard this voice. It was very familiar. Because this person was none other than Qingshu College's vice dean Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan and Phoenix Cry Wan Chong were both here. Didn't that mean that Feng Yishan and Phoenix Cry Qishan were also here? It seemed that these two not only wanted to compete for the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor, but also the mystic world. It's a pity that you met me, Ling Xiao, as your competitor. Otherwise, you would have a chance. Ling Xiao sneered and looked in the direction of the battle. At this moment, Feng Qingyan, Phoenix Cry Wan Chong, and Macho had all jumped out. If it was during Gui Chonglu's peak state, the three of them wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. But today's situation was a little different. Gui Chonglu used a special method to travel, which caused a lot of consumption. It wasn't easy for him to use 70 to 80% of his strength. Now that the three of them worked together, they could at least tie with Gui Chonglu. Moreover, Gui Chonglu's opponents weren't just the three of them. At the crucial moment, Xie Li also appeared. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire had the Sacred Dynasty's Grand Holy Emperor. Coupled with the Divine Capital's defensive array, she couldn't wait to rush to the City of Sin. Now that the City of Sin was filled with danger, she was most worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Master! Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, Xie Li showed a relieved expression. So it's Sister Xie Li. Since you're here, help the three of them kill Gui Chonglu. Ling Xiao knew that there were too few chances to kill Gui Chonglu. Even the Moon Maiden might not be able to kill him. Now that Gui Chonglu's condition wasn't good and he had the help of an expert, this was definitely the best opportunity to make a move. If he did not kill Gui Chonglu, then in the future, this ghost shrine would find trouble with him, Ling Xiao. He was already tired of it. He is not the kind of person who likes to passively take a beating. Gui Chonglu has repeatedly threatened to kill him, so he naturally wants to take precautions. Yes, Master! With Xie Li joining the battle, Gui Chonglu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Even though Gui Chonglu was very powerful, it was too difficult for him to win against four yin-yang realm martial artists in addition to being in a poor state. The Imperial Jade Seal will belong to whoever kills him, and the Human King's notes will still be shared. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded from the crowd. Ling Xiao turned his head to take a look. Although this person had disguised himself, he still could not escape the prying eyes of Ling Xiao. It really is Feng Yishan, what a cunning person! To be honest, although Feng Yishan had never made an enemy of Ling Xiao and even protected him, Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of this person. This person was too cunning, and for power, he could use anyone, including his own family. Ling Xiao was also very cunning, but he had a bottom line. He would definitely not use his family and friends. Of course, a bad impression did not necessarily mean that they would become enemies. At the very least, the two of them were still considered allies. For some reason, although Feng Yishan was at a clear disadvantage in the competition for the position of emperor, Ling Xiao felt that the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor would be taken away by this person in the end. This guy was too good at hiding and too cunning. Ling Xiao even suspected that Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing's suggestions were all proposed by Feng Yishan. Later on, Ling Xiao confirmed that this matter was really planned by Feng Yishan. In a sense, Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing were both used by Feng Yishan. And today, Feng Qingyan, Feng Minghua Chong, Macho, and even Xie Li were all used. It was just that everyone was using each other. His life is mine! Macho suddenly shouted and pounced towards Gui Chonglu, who had already been seriously injured by the four of them. However, Gui Chonglu's eyes revealed a trace of indifference, and there was no fear at all. Xieli, retreat! Ling Xiao shouted loudly. Hearing this, Xieli and Feng Qingyan retreated almost at the same time. This was because the two of them trusted Ling Xiao a lot. Feng Ming Wanchong hesitated for a moment before deciding to retreat. As for Macho, he did not even care about Ling Xiao's words. Ha ha ha, go to hell, trash! At this moment, 13 black hounds jumped out from behind Gui Chonglu. Their tails were stretched very long, as if they were being pulled by ropes. The 13 hounds bit Macho's body. Sacrifice! Amidst the cold laughter, Gui Chonglu and Macho's bodies burned at the same time. The strange blue-purple flame was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. In the next moment, Macho's body exploded, and the blue-purple flame flew in all directions. Feng Ming Wanchong, who was the closest, had one of his legs touched by the flame, and could not extinguish it. And the flame continued to spread. In his panic, Feng Ming Wanchong directly cut off his right leg. And because Xieli and Feng Qingyan had escaped earlier, they were not engulfed by the flame. On the other side, Gui Chonglu's body was also burning with terrifying flames, and then he escaped into the distance. Only a gloomy voice could be heard. Today's grudge will be returned tenfold in the future. The dignified Gui Chonglu actually escaped. But when he escaped, he took Macho's life, which could be counted as a small gain. Boom! Suddenly, the situation in the sky changed. Gui Chonglu, who had planned to escape after killing Macho, was actually repelled by a palm. His initial movement to escape also slowed down. Gui Chonglu, since you have come to Divine Phoenix Empire, why are you in a hurry to leave? A voice, like thunder, exploded in the sky, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. On the horizon, an otherworldly fairy floated over. It was actually not a moon maiden, but a very unfamiliar woman. It's actually you? Feng Mingxiao! Gui Chonglu's expression became unsightly. Feng Mingxiao, the former #1 genius of Divine Phoenix Empire. Because she had an affair with a human martial artist, it was rumored that she was drowned in the river. Who would have thought that she would actually appear again today, and her strength was even greater than before? At the same time, Ling Xiao's expression was also somewhat strange. He would not forget that the person his senior brother Wu Xiang had asked him to go to Divine Phoenix Empire to find was a woman called Feng Meixiao. Who would have thought that this person's cultivation was actually on par with Gui Chonglu? That's right, it's me. Gui Chonglu, you committed crimes in White Tiger Continent, this one will not do anything to you. But this is Divine Phoenix Empire, you committed crimes here, I will definitely not forgive you. Feng Mingxiao floated down, and looked at Gui Chonglu indifferently. Chapter 1310. Interesting. I lost to you in the grand event held in the White Tiger Continent back then, but after so many years, my cultivation isn't any worse than yours. It's still not certain who will win, Gui Chonglu said coldly. Definitely. Feng Mingxiao didn't wait for Gui Chonglu to finish speaking and struck out with his palm. In the air, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from thousands of miles away. The terrifying cry of a phoenix resounded through the entire Chang'e Square, and Gui Chonglu's expression changed drastically. I didn't expect you to have been recognized by the divine beast martial soul of the Ice Phoenix clan. I can give you the Imperial Jade Seal, let me go. At this moment, Gui Chonglu actually admitted defeat. It's too late. Feng Meixiao looked at Gui Chonglu with a pitiful expression. Suddenly, the temperature in the Chang'e Square dropped a lot, and the ground began to freeze. Gui Chonglu's face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to escape, but it was useless. His body was already frozen, and after a few phoenix cries, his whole body was embedded in a huge ice crystal. Heavenly Phoenix Ice Seal! Feng Mingxiao slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to deal with Gui Chonglu. The reason why it was so easy today was because Gui Chonglu was injured. But as long as it succeeded, it was good. This Feng Mingxiao seems to be different from what senior brother Wu Xiang said. Their personalities are too different. Could it be that they have the same name? Ling Xiao shook his head. Seeing Feng Mingxiao take away the fake Imperial Jade seal, he showed a puzzled expression. Master, are we going to rob it? Cieli asked. What's there to rob? Let's go, there's nothing for us to do here. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Phoenix Empire will clear the place later. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he didn't get the real Imperial Jade seal, he might not leave like this. But now, he had gotten what he wanted, so why should he stay here? His guess came true very quickly. Feng Mingxiao's cold eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Kill! Under her command, Phoenix Cry Wanchong, Xiao Ji, and the rest of the Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners all rushed out. Only Feng Qingyan and the two young men in black and white did not move. Feng Qingyan didn't like killing. Even if Feng Meixiao had gained the Divine Phoenix's approval, he could not be forced. He could attack Gui Chonglu for Feng Yishan because Gui Chonglu deserved to die. But what about the other martial artists? Of the two youths, one in black and one in white, the white one was Feng Yishan, and the black one was Feng Mingqishan. The two of them did not make a move. Yinshan, it looks like you've exhausted all your schemes this time, but in the end, you've made a wedding dress for someone else. The ancestor intends to focus on nurturing that girl, Feng Meixiao. I'll take my leave first. Feng Mingqishan sneered with a hint of schadenfreude. He leaped into the air and left without any hesitation. Since he couldn't get the heirloom seal, there was no point in keeping it. Feng Yinshan's expression was as indifferent as ever, as if everything that was happening had nothing to do with him. No one knew what he was thinking, and he didn't leave. He just stood there and watched the slaughter continue. There's no end to killing people. A murmur suddenly came out of his mouth. Then he saw Feng Mingxiao appear in front of Ling Xiao. Feng Yishan frowned and said, "And he can't be killed." Only Feng Yishan knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It was also because of this that a cunning and ruthless person like him wasn't willing to scheme against Ling Xiao. Because after scheming and scheming, he might end up including himself. He also didn't want Feng Mingxiao to provoke Ling Xiao. Otherwise, a good game of chess would be ruined. Why can't I kill him? Feng Mingxiao turned to look at Feng Yishan and said, "When did you become so indecisive? Today, we can't let anyone know that we obtained the heirloom seal, so other than our own people, everyone else must die. And you weren't like this before." Feng Yishan smiled bitterly. "I don't need you to teach me what to do." Then, Feng Mingxiao ignored Feng Yishan and looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I'll give you two choices now. One is to die, and the other is to accept the baptism of the Divine Phoenix Holy Light." Ling Xiao knew what the Divine Phoenix Holy Light was. It was rumored that as long as one was illuminated by this light, one would become a loyal subject of the Divine Phoenix Empire from the bottom of their heart, completely loyal to their death. It felt a bit like brainwashing, but it was even more effective. If Ling Xiao had to choose such a fate worse than death, he might as well die. Moreover, he might not die. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to the other party. The Moon Lady could appear at any time and could completely make up for the difference in battle strength. "Sorry, I'm not interested in such a multiple-choice question." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I've answered your question. Now I want to ask you a question. Do you know someone called Wu Xiang?" When he asked this question, Ling Xiao had been paying attention to Feng Mingxiao's reaction. Hearing this name, Feng Mingxiao's body shook, but he quickly returned to normal. "I don't know him." Feng Mingxiao shook his head and said, "You've indeed been baptized by the Divine Phoenix Holy Light. Even your brain has been cleansed. How pitiful." Although Ling Xiao was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that this Feng Mingxiao was the Feng Mingxiao that Wu Xiang had been thinking about day and night. However, after being baptized by the Divine Phoenix Holy Light, he had completely become the Divine Phoenix Empire's hired thug. Ling Xiao didn't know who the ancestor that Feng Mingqishan had mentioned was. However, he knew that the Divine Phoenix Empire was very ambitious and powerful. What he saw now was not just the tip of the iceberg. "You talk too much. You can go and die, just like them." Where Feng Mingxiao's slender finger pointed, there were corpses. They were ice cold and filled with unwillingness. These people were just spying nearby, trying to find out who had the Imperial Jade Seal in the end. However, even so, Feng Meixiao still didn't let them go. The matter of the Imperial Jade Seal couldn't be known to anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. You can try. The smile on Ling Xiao's face was still there, but it had turned cold. Feng Meixiao didn't understand what this young man was relying on to be able to remain so calm under her threat. He was so confident. What did he rely on? The battle was about to erupt. Feng Meixiao's slender hand, however, was a hand used for killing. That's enough. Go back. He won't speak carelessly. Just as Feng Meixiao was about to make a move, an old voice came from the horizon and drilled into everyone's ears. Feng Meixiao was stunned for a moment, but she still retracted her hand in the end. Seeing this scene, Feng Meixiao also heaved a sigh of relief. Whether it was Ling Zhao's death or Feng Meixiao's accident, it was disadvantageous to him. These two people were two important chess pieces on his chessboard. He definitely couldn't lose them. Retreat! Feng Meixiao came and left in a carefree manner, as if he was a fairy in the mortal world. Chapter 13:11. Crown Prince Yinshan, thank you for just now. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yinshan. He still had to show basic courtesy. After all, he didn't dislike this person. Moreover, they were still allies and had set up a plan to divide the world between them. No need, we'll meet again. By the way, let me tell you, the 5 Immortal Island tournament this time has been cancelled and will be held in the White Tiger continent. It will be hosted by an even more powerful force. It's called the White Tiger Gathering. The participants will no longer be limited to the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. There will even be geniuses from the White Tiger continent participating. You should work hard. Feng Yinshan looked deeply at Ling Xiao. There weren't many people in the world that he couldn't see through. Ling Xiao was one of them. He really didn't know how far Ling Xiao would grow. I will. The 5 Immortal Island was already powerful enough. However, the incident in the city of Sin made Ling Xiao realize how terrifying the White Tiger continent was. Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Ghost Shrine, Water Shrine, and so on. None of them were easy to deal with. And these were only the tip of the iceberg of the White Tiger continent. On the White Tiger continent, the truly powerful force was the White Tiger Khaganate. It was formed by countless powerful tribes that were loyal to the White Tiger Khaganate. Although the organization was scattered and not as close as the Empire, their unity wasn't low at all. Especially when they were facing an invasion, they were truly ferocious. This time's White Tiger Gathering will be interesting. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look forward to it. Goodbye. Feng Yinshan turned and left. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the devastated battlefield. He couldn't help but sigh. This was the mystic world. This was a cruel battle. It was either you die or I die. This was especially true when it involved precious treasures. He originally thought that he was ruthless enough. However, at this moment, he realized that he wasn't bloodthirsty at all. As for those innocent people, he would never kill them indiscriminately. Unless the other party wanted him dead or attacked him directly. Only then would he become ruthless. However, Feng Meixiao, Feng Yinshan, and Feng Mingqishan were different. Their motto was probably, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Many of the warriors who died here didn't actually do anything. Their mistake was that they saw something they shouldn't have seen, so they had to die. Let's go back too. With a sigh, Ling Xiao turned around and left. The city of Sin wasn't a place he could stay for long, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. After everyone left, a beam of sword light split open from one of the corpses, and a person came out from it. Who would have thought that the Imperial Jade Seal would end up in the hands of the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family? This person looked hatefully in the direction of the Divine Phoenix capital. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, I wonder what the outcome will be if this matter spreads out. Don't blame me for being heartless. If I didn't have a fortuitous encounter when I was young and obtained the fetus rebirth technique, I would have been killed by you. I, Emode Song, will not let you have an easy time. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao's direction and said, Ling Xiao, you killed so many people on my Emerald Wave Island. You don't have the right to live peacefully. I will make you pay the price. Then, he didn't stay any longer and left in a hurry. Even though he was covered in blood, he still lived. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who didn't know about this. The people from the Divine Phoenix Empire didn't know either. Almost at the same time, on an ocean near the city of Sin, an old man in a black robe was standing face to face with a woman who was as beautiful as the moon. The two were hundreds of meters apart, but their auras caused the ocean to churn. I have already done as you said and let that kid go. However, can the Moon Maiden answer a question? The old man in the black robe spoke. Ask. The Moon Maiden's words were simple. Why did you help that kid? You should know that our Divine Phoenix clan has half of the human bloodline. If you want to revitalize the human race, it is obviously more suitable for you to help us. The old man was a bit confused. Because I like him. Are you satisfied with this answer? The Moon Maiden said calmly. Like him? The old man in the black robe was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed loudly and said, Moon Maiden, don't joke around. How could you like a kid who doesn't know anything? It's up to you to believe it or not. Goodbye. The Moon Maiden didn't waste any more words with the old man in the black robe. After confirming that Ling Xiao had left, she turned around and left. Looking at the Moon Maiden's dreamy back, the old man in the black robe's body trembled violently. Moon Maiden, when I was pursuing you, you didn't even want to come out of the Yuehua school. But now, she has fallen in love with a little brat. Just you wait, I will make him die, definitely. After he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up into an extremely cold smile. The wind blew past his black robe, revealing half of his face. He looked 90% similar to Feng Yishan. Then, he flew through the air. When Ling Xiao arrived at Yunya's residence, the Moon Maiden had just returned. Are you okay? Seeing the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao didn't need to ask to know what she had done. Just now, at Changel Square, the old voice was willing to let him go. Naturally, it was because of the Moon Maiden. He didn't think that he was important enough to get such a big shot to help him. It's okay. You know that I'm very strong. The Moon Maiden smiled. I know that you are very strong, but there are so many strong people in the world. Even Gui Chonglu, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, was sealed by Feng Meixiao. Sister Moon Maiden, promise me that you won't take risks so easily in the future. I would rather die than let you be implicated. Ling Xiao sighed. In front of others, he could always be confident, but in front of the Moon Maiden, he always felt like he owed her something. I won't die. You can't either. You still owe me a lot. The Moon Maiden said again. All right, I admit defeat. Now that the city of Sin has become a dangerous place, let's quickly return to the Heavenly Empire. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only the Moon Maiden could make him feel helpless. Young hero Ling, Yunya has a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree to it? Yunya suddenly walked up and asked. Say it. As long as it's something that your highness wants to do, I will naturally do it. Ling Xiao nodded. I plan to set up the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's branch in the Divine Phoenix continent, and the Heavenly Dragon continent in your fairy's capital. What do you think? Yunya said. That's a good thing. Our Heavenly Empire welcomes all major forces to enter, especially those in the fields of industry, agriculture, and business. Ling Xiao smiled. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luying were surprised. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would at most set up auction houses in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. The branch would be set up in the more powerful 5 Immortal Island. For example, the current branch was at the Changel Celestial Island. Yunya did this because she felt that the Heavenly Empire's development was better than the Changel Celestial Island. What a great honor this was! Chapter 13:12. Hua Fu Guang and Hua Luing admired their foresight more and more. If they chose to become enemies with Ling Xiao, then the One-Eyed Pirates, the Black Serpent Clan, and Emerald Wave Island would be their role models. Then let's go together. Everyone packed up and left the city of Sin, which reeked of blood. Right now, the city of Sin had turned into a dead city. The Heavenly Empire, the Immortals' capital. Just like its name, the city was majestic and gave off a domineering vibe. In the entire Tianlong continent, the Immortals' capital was the largest and most prosperous city. Not only was its economy developed, but its citizens were also wealthy. Everyone in the Immortals' capital practiced martial arts. This had become a trend. Currently, on the harbor of the Immortals' capital, countless citizens were watching the construction of a stone statue. Hundreds of artisans were busy with their work. The giant construction puppet had also become a very useful tool. It was different from other countries where people were forced to work. In the Celestial Empire, as long as it was a project of the imperial court, they would be given generous rewards. Not only was this not a waste of resources, but it also stimulated the development of the economy. This statue alone, which was more than 10 meters tall, was enough to support many sculptors and masons. This statue had a handsome face and wore a white robe. It held a 3-meter-long sword in its hand and stared into the distance. Deep in its eyes, there was wisdom and arrogance. The owner of this statue was none other than the Heavenly Emperor, Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Emperor, Ling Xiao, was all-powerful. Not only did he defeat the demonic kingdom, but he also defeated the Oceanic Kind's ambition to restore the Heavenly Empire. In the entire Heavenly Empire, not every place was as prosperous as the Immortals' capital, but it was definitely better than when the demonic kingdom was oppressed. The outsiders laughed at the people of the Celestial Empire for worshipping such a young kid. Yet the people of the Heavenly Empire were proud of this young man. They didn't care about his age. As long as he could give them a good life, then he was the best ruler in their hearts. Therefore, anyone who dared to insult Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Empire wouldn't have a good ending. The current Celestial Empire was of one mind from top to bottom. It really had the kind of vigor of a new empire rising up. Although it was still far from Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, purely in terms of land area and population, it was already not bad. Next, it was the increase of the quality and quantity of martial artists. Only martial arts was the key to the mystic world. Everything else was supplementary. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, no matter how rich a country was, it was just a piece of meat. Who knows how many people are watching the current Celestial Empire? Before Ling went to the City of Sin, he had set up many laws and regulations. Emperor did a good job. In the current Celestial Empire, the Heaven's Chosen Academy, the Celestial Academy, and the Heaven's Martial Hall had become the 3 great martial arts holy lands in the country. The Academy's the Academy. The Academy's Academy-s the Hall the Immortals. The division of the Empire's capital. Most of the martial artists who came out of the Academy would choose to travel around instead of working in the Imperial Court. They had more freedom. The people nurtured by the Heavenly Dynasty Academy were all intelligent and far-sighted civil officials. The hall was purely a place to nurture talents for the army. Of course, after a martial artist graduated, it wasn't absolute. After passing some tests, they could choose a new path. In addition to Ling Xiao's 12 years of free martial arts education, it allowed most of the young men and women who couldn't touch martial arts to successfully step into the field of martial arts. Among them, there were many who were very talented. It was just that they didn't have power or money to learn martial arts. Such a strategy didn't only benefit humans. Some of the Sea clans, including the people of the godly Phoenix Empire, also settled here. Although there might be some discrimination among the people, the Heavenly Empire's punishment for discrimination was very strict. An empire that was flourishing with each passing day was constantly moving forward in its embryonic stage. Everyone seemed to be holding back a surge of energy, wanting to be like their celestial emperor, growing from an unknown small character to an indomitable big shot. The Divine Capital Port was an important trading port between the Divine Capital and the godly Phoenix Empire. Martial artists and tourists also disembarked from here. Therefore, it was quite lively. The statue that was more than 10 meters tall was slowly erected facing the morning sun, causing many people to be extremely excited. People secretly discussed how much their martial arts had improved recently, how their business was doing well, how their crops had increased, and so on. In the end, the topic inevitably came down to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the human king back then was so wise and knowledgeable. Our heavenly emperor is probably the same as the human king, coming from a higher plane. Otherwise, how could he know so many things that others don't? Definitely. With His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, our heavenly empire will definitely grow into a rich and powerful nation like the godly Phoenix Empire. You're too unambitious. At the very least, you should grow to the level of the White Tiger Empire. Discussions rose and fell one after another, and the sound of laughter was endless. However, at this moment, the sound of a siren broke the harmonious atmosphere. The whistle came from a luxurious steel ship that was completely powered by spirit stones. Not only did it look mighty, it also looked domineering. The symbol at the bow of the ship was a mermaid holding a huge water droplet. The overall workmanship was exquisite, and people couldn't help but praise it a few times. Who's so daring? Don't they know that this is already a no-noise zone? The people on the shore began to discuss. That's right, the Heavenly Emperor has ordered that in order to prevent disturbing the lives of the people nearby, this place is set up as a no-noise zone. This is clearly not putting the Heavenly Emperor in their eyes. The person next to him said with a face full of anger. Perhaps it was because the whistle was too loud and lasted too long, but it sounded like a death knell. For a moment, it attracted the attention of everyone on the divine capital harbor. At the bow of the luxurious ship, there were several young men and women. All of them were dressed very differently, completely unlike the people of the Heavenly Empire. Moreover, these young men and women's appearances were very outstanding. No matter where they were, the men could be called handsome, and the women could be called beautiful. But even so, there was still a man and a woman who stood out from the crowd. The man was handsome and had delicate features, but in his eyes there was always a bit of viciousness like a poisonous snake. The woman was graceful and elegant, proud and luxurious. The few female disciples nearby were all submissive to her. Some served tea, some poured water, and she had the demeanor of a queen. Senior brother, senior sister, why did we come to a broken place like the Heavenly Dragon continent? Not only is it backward, but the standards of the martial artists are also very poor. It's meaningless. A man opened his mouth and said with a strong sense of disdain in his voice. That's right, look at those martial artists on the pier. They're really terrible. Why did Master let us come here? Another man asked in confusion. He couldn't even be bothered to look at those martial artists again. Chapter 13:13. Hee, junior brother's words aren't wrong. Sky Dragon continent is just on the way. I heard that the Sky Emperor of that day is only a 17-year-old youth. He's even younger than me, but he dares to call himself the Sky Emperor and rule over a country. I really want to see what kind of arrogant person he is. The senior brother with vicious eyes said coldly. Look, isn't that Ling Xiao the statue on the pier? I've seen it in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, and it's actually 90% similar. The craftsmanship of the Celestial Empire is really quite good. The young woman who was as proud as a queen smiled. She pointed at the statue with a playful feeling. Humph, a scoundrel getting ahead of himself. To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao just has a good woman protecting him. Without the Moon Lady, he's nothing. Another person snorted angrily. That's right. He's just a coward hiding behind a woman. And if our senior brother and senior sister are willing, not to mention the Celestial Empire, even the Divine Phoenix Empire would be easily conquered. Since ancient times, there was no shortage of flatterers. And there seemed to be a lot of flatterers on this ship. I heard that the Celestial Emperor has the cultivation of 10 directions heaven. With such a little cultivation, he dares to call himself an emperor. Isn't he courting death? Not to mention our senior brother and senior sister, even we can crush him with our little finger. Hearing the flatterer's words, the young man with vicious eyes smiled. His chin seemed to be raised even higher, and he was even more pleased with himself. The queen-like woman also smiled flirtatiously. In this world, most people were willing to listen to good words. You couldn't help but admit this. That's right. Our senior brother and senior sister have always been cultivating in seclusion and have never come out to roam the world. So those bullshit 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars are nothing. With senior brother and senior sister's talent, no one in the entire divine phoenix continent can compare, let alone this mere sky dragon continent. Shut up! The senior brother suddenly snorted and said, The 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars are still very powerful. My junior sister and I should be ranked at the top of them, but we definitely don't dare to say that they're bullshit. Although these words sounded humble, they were actually filled with pride. One had to know that the 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars were the most outstanding young talents of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. It was already very good that he could be ranked at the top. Even the current Ling Xiao did not dare to say such words. After all, Feng Yuyu's and Phoenix Cry Wushan were all unfathomable young people. Were they not improving? Ling Xiao's cultivation and strength had increased, but so had they. They weren't stagnant at all. This person was simply too arrogant. Senior brother is right. This time, I think the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Sons should change. There are a few pieces of trash who can't even intimidate Ling Xiao. Occupying the title of 10 Phoenix Sons is a waste. The arrogant young woman laughed disdainfully. Yes, the White Tiger meet will be held soon. Before that, the Divine Phoenix Empire will be selecting participants. Although Ling Xiao is the Celestial Emperor, he is still the Heavenly Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, so he should be qualified to participate. When the time comes, we'll let him see what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. The senior brother sneered and said, And those useless phoenixes who are occupying the latrine but don't shit. It is indeed time for them to move. There were not many people in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent who dared to say that the 10 great phoenixes were trash. Ling Xiao was one of them. This person was obviously more arrogant than Ling Xiao. Senior brother is right. The Heavenly Dragon continent has been merged into the Divine Phoenix continent's selection. To put it nicely, it is called the Dragon Phoenix selection. In reality, the Heavenly Dragon continent is just a vassal. The Divine Phoenix continent is vast and boundless, and there are many young talents. I'm afraid that the Dragon Phoenix selection this time will stir up a storm. That's right. Many hidden talents will choose to come out during the Dragon Phoenix selection in preparation to participate in the White Tiger meet. This time, we will probably see many outstanding people. Compared to these people, that Ling Xiao is nothing. Although I heard that the Peacock Phoenix's son, Kong He, suffered a loss here, that is only a rumor. Moreover, Kong He is also a trash. His cultivation is stagnant, and he should have abdicated long ago. I feel that senior brother and that Ling Xiao are the 2 great talents of the present age. The arrogant woman suddenly smiled and said, That kind of trash dares to compare with me? With a sneer, the senior brother broke through the air. The huge ship was still 100 meters away from the dock. He easily went ashore like an eagle and stepped on the head of the huge statue in front of countless people. You're not dead yet, and you're already standing up? Why don't you wait until you're dead? Under everyone's gaze, the senior brother slashed out with his sword. A sharp sword she tore through the void and slashed the huge stone statue. This slash was powerful. The material used to carve the stone statue was already very hard, but it was still easily cut open by him. Be careful, dodge quickly! The statue that was cut open lost control and fell downwards. On the ground, there were thousands of onlookers watching the show. If it really fell, many people would die. Help! The crowd was suddenly in chaos. No one wanted to be smashed to death like this. However, the young man's face was brimming with a vicious smile. Seeing that this tragedy was about to happen, not only did he not show the slightest nervousness or sympathy, he was even smiling. At this moment, a group of people suddenly ran over from not far away. All of them were transcendent realm cultivators with superb cultivation. Such cultivators might not be worth mentioning in the divine Phoenix continent. They could only be the lowest kind, and even living was difficult for them. However, they were still the backbone of the heavenly dragon continent, occupying the majority. They were the patrolling soldiers on the dock. Seeing that there was a situation here, they all ran over. "Brothers, stop the rubble and let the people evacuate first." The leader roared and leaped up, placing his hands on the rapidly falling boulder. Then, the rest of the people jumped up one after another. Dozens of people forcibly held up the falling boulder, and the speed of its descent had obviously slowed down a lot. Some of the patrolling soldiers with insufficient cultivation began to organize the people to evacuate. Although it was said that everyone in the divine capital practiced martial arts, most of them were still below the transcendent realm. No matter what, the heavenly dynasty empire was only 2 months old. Wanting to rise up in an instant was tantamount to a fool's dream. Seeing this situation, the senior brother's face revealed a ferocious expression. "Those who stop me from watching a good show should all die." The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Suddenly, sword she pierced through the air. Those dozens of good men were actually cut in half in midair, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The boulder accelerated again. Hundreds of ordinary people were smashed to death. Chapter 13-14. Ha ha ha, the Celestial Empire is simply a joke. Seeing this scene, the people on the ship laughed out loud. That senior brother's face was filled with pride. It was like when he was a child, trampling on kittens and puppies. "Stop!" The young man seemed to be dissatisfied with the current situation. When he saw another group of patrolling soldiers arrive, he licked the blood on his sword and revealed a ferocious expression. However, at this moment, a loud roar sounded. The Emperor of the Celestial Empire, Wu Xiang, who represented the Celestial Arch, had finally appeared. This place was not close to the divine capital. He was able to arrive in time because he had been paying attention to the situation in the divine capital. "Who are you?" the young man asked. "The Emperor of the Celestial Empire, under the Celestial Arch. I manage the affairs of the Celestial Empire," Wu Xiang replied. "Second Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation? Not bad, but unfortunately you're no match for me," the young man said coldly. "Since you're here, I might as well give Ling Xiao a better gift." After saying that, he turned the tip of his sword from the patrolling soldiers to Wu Xiang. The sword pierced through the air. Wu Xiang spat out blood and flew back. The young man wanted to chase after him, but at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the divine capital. "Young man, don't be so ruthless. Do you really want me to make a move? A yin-yang realm expert?" The young man's expression was a little ugly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Wu Xiang. "What Emperor of the Celestial Empire? You're not even worth mentioning. Consider yourself lucky today. Don't let me see you again." After saying that, he seemed to be still angry. He stabbed 2 more times at Ling Xiao's statue, and the statue instantly shattered. At this moment, he flew through the air. The luxurious cruise ship also turned around and sailed in another direction. "Remember my name, Sword Demon!" What an arrogant name! The Sword Demon. Even if his swordsmanship had reached Ling Xiao's level, he would not dare to name himself with a sword. However, this person actually dared to name himself Sword Demon. He was either stupid or too arrogant. Looking at the huge ship in the distance, the people's hearts trembled. Perhaps they were really frogs in a well? Perhaps their celestial arch was not as powerful as they thought? A random young man could provoke the Celestial Empire? They hung their heads, losing their former pride and becoming fearful and uneasy. That young man called Sword Demon really gave them a heavy blow. The Emperor Wu Xiang, whom they once worshipped, was actually beaten back with a single sword strike. At the same time, Wu Xiang, Qinhua, and the other guards of the divine capital who had rushed over after hearing the news were filled with hatred. The shattered statues and hundreds of corpses, this was not only an insult to the heavenly empire, but also a punishment to them. They were certain that they had never crossed paths with this young man called Sword Demon. They had never even heard Sky Emperor Ling Xiao mention this person. There was no grudge between them. They were just here to provoke and humiliate him. A day later, the bloodstains on the pier had been washed away, but the fear and anger in the hearts of the people could not be erased. Ling Xiao came back. He saw the hundreds of corpses that had yet to be buried. Some were patrolling soldiers, and some were civilians. The oldest was already over 100 years old, while the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. He died just like that, for no reason at all. His expression was extremely unpleasant, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky and filled the entire divine capital. Everyone could feel the Sky Emperor's anger. "Sword Demon, you killed my people! I swear to destroy your sect!" Such a voice echoed in the divine capital. The civilians who heard it could not help but shed tears of excitement. As long as the Sky Emperor was not afraid, they would not be afraid. It seemed that their previous worries were unnecessary. Of course, expressing his stance was one thing, but the details still had to be handled properly. Ling Xiao personally went to comfort the families of those who had passed away and gave them compensation. The sentence he said the most was, "Your blood will not be shed in vain. Whoever offends the Heavenly Empire will have to pay a price 10 times or 100 times. Just you wait, I will bring back the head of that Sword Demon." After returning to the Emperor residence, Ling Xiao also asked Wu Xiang and the others if they knew Sword Demon. The answer he received was that they did not know. This made Ling Xiao even angrier. If Sword Demon was here for revenge, although he was angry, he could still understand. After all, he was that kind of person. However, there was no enmity, and he did not even know who Sword Demon was. The other party did this purely to show off his strength and tyranny. It was fine if he killed patrolling soldiers, but he did not even let off unarmed civilians. This method was simply vicious to the extreme. Perhaps in the eyes of this person, the lives of the people of the Heavenly Empire were nothing but grass. They were even inferior to ants. There should not be any problems if he wanted to kill them. If this person was not killed, not only would Ling Xiao lose all his prestige, but the hatred in his heart would also be difficult to dispel. He had already decided that he would definitely go to the Divine Phoenix capital. The Dragon Phoenix selection would be held there, and this person would definitely appear there. Ever since the birth of the mountain river Martial Soul, geniuses had appeared in large numbers, and many hidden geniuses would rush there one after another. He definitely had to go to the Dragon Phoenix selection. This newly established country needed prestige and glory. "Let's talk about something happy." Ling Xiao let out a long breath and pointed to Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying, who were standing beside him, and said, "Senior brother Wu Xiang, and all the officials, these two are the famous captains of the Twin Flowers pirates in the sea region of the city of Sin. In the future they will be the commanders of the Heavenly Empire's navy. Senior brother, you will arrange their specific duties. After all, you are more familiar with the specific matters than I am." Seeing this pair of beautiful sisters, all the officials were stunned. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying were full of wild beauty. At first glance, they looked like two fierce wild horses. They were different from the holy, elegant, and noble Moon Maiden. They were also different from Cold Plum's coldness, and danger. They were also different from Scorpion Li's charm. Although they were both women who followed the Heavenly Emperor, these two had their own unique personalities. Of course, beauty was one thing. In the mystic world, strength was the key. Hua Fuguang was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although Hua Luiying was not as strong as her, she was also a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. These two women were not weak either. The people couldn't help but sigh. Their Heavenly Emperor was really powerful. Every time he brought back a woman from outside, not only was she beautiful, but also had strength that made many men blush with shame. The officials couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao again. The aura that their Heavenly Emperor exuded was obviously different. It was stronger than before, but that domineering and arrogant aura was still there. It seemed that although the trip to the City of Sin was dangerous, they had gained a lot. All right, the rest of you can disperse. Everyone has their own duties. Don't let sadness suppress our nerves. We have to turn pain into strength. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Wu Xiang, Ji Ning, Scorpion Li, Qin Hua, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Zhuge Ming, Meng Tong, Axian, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luiying. Generals, stay back. I have important arrangements. Chapter 13-15. The Moon Lady and Cold Plum left first. Although they didn't say anything after returning from the City of Sin, the anger in their hearts wasn't any less than Ling Zhao's when they saw the corpses. The Moon Lady was still able to control her emotions, but Cold Plum was so angry that she wanted to chase after the Sword Demon and tear him into pieces. However, Ling Xiao wanted to take revenge, so they didn't say anything. After everyone left, Ling Xiao said, Senior Brother Wu, you've worked hard during this period. I'm afraid you'll have to work even harder in the future. You know that I can't stay in the Divine Capital for a long time. I'll stay until the Dragon Phoenix selection begins, but I'll be in seclusion most of the time. I know. Wu Xiang nodded and said. Ling Xiao handed over the management of the Divine Capital and the entire Heavenly Empire to him because he trusted him. He naturally wouldn't betray Ling Zhao's trust. All right, after today's meeting, I'll have to trouble you to gather the pharmacists from all over the country. Choose 1,000 of the best pharmacists and give them the best rewards. Then, build a pill refinement factory in the Divine Capital. Ling Xiao continued. Our people are still too weak. Pills are the fastest way to increase our strength. Once the pill refinement factory starts, you'll have to focus on increasing the strength of the entire army. Your Majesty, don't you think that this is a little too big of a scope? After all, the herbs are limited. Why don't we select a group of elites and focus on the refinement? After all, increasing strength isn't something that can be done overnight. Different people have different effects when using pills. Ji Ning thought about it and said, Great General, that's a good suggestion. Ling Xiao readily agreed. Great General, you're an expert in leading troops. I'll leave this group of elites to you. The most important thing is, of course, loyalty, followed by talent. I've already refined 600,000 pills. 500,000 of them are for Celestial Realm martial artists. It's best to choose martial artists above the 9th heaven of Celestial Realm. If there are too few of them, it's fine to lower them to the 7th heaven of Celestial Realm. If their talent is good enough, there's an 80% chance of increasing 1 or 2 realms. 80%! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, that wasn't the only thing that shocked them. The other 100,000 pills are for Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. As long as their talent isn't bad and they can absorb the medicinal power, the possibility of increasing their realms is very high. The Heavenly Dragon Continent is boundless and boundless. It is the Heavenly Dragon Continent. I believe that there are still many hidden geniuses. We can issue a summon the World Summon order for them to come to the Divine Capital and serve the country. Ling Xiao continued. This army of Grotto Heaven Realm and Sky Realm warriors will be called the Sky Dragon Army. You guys are the ones I trust the most. You can become the commanders of the Sky Dragon Army. The training will be decided by General Ji Ning and Qin Hua. Remember, I want iron-blooded soldiers, not good-for-nothings. So, the training can be more ruthless. I would rather they die in training than embarrass themselves on the battlefield. If there are any missions from the Heaven's Choice Academy, Heavenly Dynasty Academy and Sky Martial Hall, they can be assigned to them. Without experiencing danger and life and death, they won't be able to grow. Ling Xiao had almost died many times along the way. He knew from his own experience that it would be difficult to see a rainbow without experiencing a storm. He was like that, and so were the others. A flower cultivated in a greenhouse couldn't withstand a storm after all. Although the Divine Capital Guard Army with the Northern Desert Army as the main body was already very strong, it wasn't enough. He wanted the entire mystic world to tremble because of the name of the Heavenly Dragon Army. Ji Ning and the others were also excited by Ling Zhao's words. Haha, it's been so many years. I've thought about it but didn't dare to do it. Now, I can finally try it. Ji Ning said excitedly. Senior Brother Wu, the alchemy factory must be prepared as soon as possible. Whether our heavenly dragon army can continue to grow stronger depends on the quality of the elixirs refined by the alchemy factory. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiang and said, I have some blueprints here. It's a puppet mechanism for refining elixirs. When I was in the city of Sin, I asked Princess Yunya to help me gather the materials. Now that the materials have arrived, you have to instruct the Ministry of Works to make them as soon as possible. With these things, we won't have to worry about refining elixirs in large quantities. No problem. Wu Xian was already dizzy from Ling Zhao's waves of fresh news. However, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt incomparably excited. He was also very weak. Even though he was already at the second Grotto Heaven realm, he was still brooding over the fact that he was defeated by a sword in yesterday's battle. If he could use the elixirs to break through his cultivation, he wouldn't have to be afraid even if he encountered the same danger in the future. Can this old man join in the fun? Just then, an old voice was heard in the Emperor residence. So it's the Grand Holy Emperor. Originally, I didn't dare to trouble you with these things. However, if you're willing to help, I'm naturally very happy. Ling Xiao looked outside the door. An old man's figure had already appeared. This Grand Holy Emperor was the stabilizing force of the fairy's capital. If it wasn't for him, Wu Xian would probably have been killed yesterday. However, this person was indifferent and usually didn't want to interfere with the matters of the Celestial Empire. Moreover, he was originally the Grand Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty. He was more or less concerned about the establishment of the Celestial Empire. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to ask him for help, he couldn't do so. He didn't expect this old man to recommend himself today. Originally, I thought that you were just fooling around by establishing the Celestial Empire, and that it wouldn't last long. However, it seems like you really want to make this country stronger. Moreover, you have your own plans. Although this plan is crazy, I'm willing to go crazy. The Grand Holy Emperor's cultivation had been stuck at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was also very vexed that he couldn't break through. However, when he was dreaming at night, his ancestor had told him that his breakthrough might be due to Ling Xiao. People in the mystic world were very concerned about this matter. In addition, Ling Xiao's recent performance made the Grand Holy Emperor feel that this dream might be true. Ling Xiao was only a sky man martialist now. However, he could refine elixirs for Grotto Heaven realm martialists to consume. In that case, when Ling Xiao advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, would he also be able to refine elixirs for Yin-Yang realm martialists to consume? When that time came, wouldn't his cultivation have a chance to break through? Putting all these things together, he felt that perhaps he really should cooperate with Ling Xiao. Saving Wu Xiang yesterday could also be considered a gift. Don't worry, Senior. I definitely won't let you down. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. With the Grand Holy Emperor in Cieli, he didn't have to worry about Fairy's capital. Chapter 1316. Ji Ning, one of the contributors to the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Empire, ranked third among the 13 divine generals. However, he was suspected by the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family, and was almost killed. When he saw his good brother, LV Chenglong, die in front of him, he lost all hope for the empire. Now, he became one of the contributors to the Heavenly Empire, an awe-inspiring great general. Ling Xiao gave him full control of the army, and did not doubt his loyalty at all. Today, looking at Ling Xiao, Ji Ning felt like a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. He thought that his blood had already turned cold, but he did not expect it to boil again today. The Heavenly Dragon Army. Ling Xiao actually gave him such a heavy responsibility. He had no way to repay him, so he could only do his best and give his all. Even the Grand Holy Emperor was conquered by Ling Xiao and was willing to come out and help, no longer mentioning the Sacred Dynasty. This was enough to show how bright Ling Xiao's future was. The Divine Phoenix Empire has 13 divine generals and 10 Phoenix sons. Our heavenly empire also needs our own divine generals and prodigies. I hope that our divine generals are the same as them, all above the grotto heaven realm. It would be best if they reached the yin-yang realm. After that, I will set up the heavenly dragon ranking and the fledgling dragon ranking. The top 100 of the heavenly dragon ranking can receive full funding from the imperial court to cultivate. They cannot work for the imperial court, but they cannot betray the empire. The top 100 of the fledgling dragon ranking is the same. I will leave this matter to you, Senior Brother Wu. Also, Xian, you will be in charge of preparing our empire's intelligence network. You have to ensure the accuracy of the heavenly dragon ranking and the fledgling dragon ranking. You also have to spy on the enemy countries for us. Understood. Wu Xiang and Xian nodded at the same time. Good, I have already written down the specific details. You can pass it around. I hope that the people standing here can increase their strength and knowledge. Especially Xian, Meng Tong, and Hua Luiying. Among these people, the three of you are the weakest, but you are not far from breaking through to the grotto heaven realm. Senior Brother Wu, when the pill refining factory is set up, think of a way to help the three of them break through first. Don't worry, I will do as you say. Wu Xiang nodded and said. Meng Tong's face was filled with excitement. Even Xian was trembling all over. His cultivation had already reached the half-step grotto heaven realm, but unfortunately, he hadn't made any progress. If he could obtain Ling Zhao's help, then a breakthrough wouldn't be impossible. Hua Luiying didn't care much about power in the past, but after what happened in the city of Sin, she saw things clearly. Without strength, you can only be a supporting character in this world. You have no right to compete with others. Therefore, she was also very excited. In the end, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to Jining and said, Great General, although the heavenly dynasty is peaceful and only a few small rebellions have appeared, the various armies can settle them. But you should know that others don't take our heavenly dynasty empire seriously now. When they come back to their senses one day and realize that we are getting stronger day by day, they will turn around and deal with us. Therefore, after the establishment of the heavenly dragon army, they had to experience real battles so that every new soldier could become an experienced veteran. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon continent is vast. On this continent, there are many pirates, bandits, and rebel armies. You have enough to fight. If the blade isn't sharpened, it won't be sharp. If you don't experience life and death situations, then this army won't be able to become something great. Your Majesty can rest assured about this. I, Jining, have never had a useless person under my command. As long as Your Majesty's pill refining factory can provide enough pills, the heavenly dragon army will become a terrifying force in the mystic world that can't be ignored. Jining said confidently. All right, since that's the case, everyone can disperse. Everyone has their own duties. I should also go into seclusion for a while. These days I have gained a lot in the city of Sin. Speaking up to here, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a cold smile. Sword Demon? Soon, we will meet again in the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire. After everyone left, Ling Xiao also entered his own secret cultivation realm. This secret realm was once used by the Emperor of the True Devil Empire, but it wasn't perfect. Later on, Ling Xiao modified it to make it safer and more reliable. This time, other than hoping to continue increasing his cultivation, there were two main goals for this cultivation. One was to continue condensing the 9 Cauldron Sword domain. This was currently the killing weapon that Ling Xiao relied on to fight against Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The other was the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll. When he was in the City of Sin, Ling Xiao used his Primordial Spirit to control his skeleton soldiers. He won that battle, but the consumption was too great. He needed to continue strengthening his Primordial Spirit and control the skeleton soldiers to fight without any burden. That way, his strength would definitely increase even more. It would be best if one day, he could use his soul to control the mountain river world. That would be the most terrifying. In the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin in a few days. At this moment, countless heroes had gathered here, causing the already bustling imperial capital to become even more lively. Outside the imperial capital, there was still an endless stream of people coming and going. Perhaps the only difference was that in the market outside the city, there were actually merchants from the Heavenly Empire. Their stalls sold specialties from the Heavenly Empire, and they were quite popular. It was the same scene, but the people had changed a lot. This time, Ling Xiao only brought the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum with him to the imperial capital. With these two by his side, he was safe. Even the guards that Wu Xiang had forcefully assigned to him were rejected by him. There were too many people, and it was troublesome. Moreover, even 100,000 elite soldiers might not be comparable to a Moon Maiden. On the streets, in front of the stalls, people were still discussing things as usual. And among their topics, the name that was mentioned the most was Ji Mingxing. Ling Xiao was very unfamiliar with this name. But the people of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital seemed to be very familiar with it. They were probably geniuses who came to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. TSK, do you know why this Ji Mingxing is so powerful? Why? Rumor has it that this person is the legitimate successor of the sacred dynasty. When he was young, he was assassinated by a slut. Fortunately, he was saved by a eunuch and sent to the Heavenly Dragon Continent's Great Sun Realm Lord to cultivate. Now, the Great Sun Realm Lord has already broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, but he only took in Ji Mingxing as his disciple. Naturally, he will nurture him. That's not all. As the most outstanding genius of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Ji Mingxing was chosen by the Emperor the moment he arrived in the imperial capital. He personally arranged for him to enter the Phoenix Academy, and even betrothed Feng Minglian. That's the Emperor's niece. I heard that Feng Minglian is the daughter of that Feng Mingxiao? I wonder who her father is. In any case, Feng Mingxiao is now the most powerful woman in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Her daughter is the most honorable little princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. I'm afraid she's not inferior to the two crown princes. Chapter 13-17. That's not right. Feng Minglian was discriminated against by Feng Mingxiao because of her human bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to rope in the Great Sun Realm Lord and Ji Mingxing, he wouldn't have thought of marrying her. In front of a Heavenly Empire's merchant's stall, a few cultivators were discussing a big matter in the imperial capital. And this matter attracted Ling Zhao's attention. They said that Ji Mingxing was the #1 genius in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Ling Xiao didn't care, but they said that Feng Mingxiao had a daughter called Feng Minglian. He couldn't ignore this. That was his senior brother Wu Xiang's daughter. If this girl really wanted to marry Ji Mingxing, he had nothing to say. But if she was forced, he definitely couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Feng Mingxiao didn't care about his daughter, but Ling Xiao couldn't watch this girl be pushed into a fire pit. Is what you said true? Ling Xiao asked. His question immediately attracted the attention of many people. But soon after, these gazes shifted from him to his side. Because there were two beautiful girls standing on his left and right. One of them was like a fairy that was out of this world. She looked like a dream and seemed unreal, as if she was a fairy that had descended from the heavens. This probably had something to do with the cultivation of the Moon Lady. Ordinary people couldn't see her appearance clearly, but her aura was enough to subdue countless people. The other girl had a cold gaze that was like frost. It was obvious that she kept people 1,000 miles away. But it was this cold aura that had a fatal attraction. Moreover, her figure was so hot that it was filled with youthful charm. Countless people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were all cursing in their hearts. Where did this young man come from? How could he be so lucky? They couldn't wait to exchange places with this young man and enjoy the blessings of two women for him. Brat, bringing these two beautiful girls to the imperial capital, aren't you afraid of encountering danger? No one answered Ling Zhao's question. Instead, they seemed to have a strong interest in the two girls beside Ling Xiao. Those who coveted them are all dead, Ling Xiao said indifferently. TSK, look at this young man. What big words. Does he think he's a big shot like Ji Mingxing or Sword Demon? Mocking voices came from the crowd. Well said. That sword demon was originally a noble of the Dark Phoenix clan and was taught by a great master. His strength, although he's a bit arrogant, he has the capital. Although Ji Mingxing's cultivation, his talent is outstanding, and he is young. His future is limitless. Haim. The holy son of the sacred dynasty. Haim Mu. Haim he that he's right his, TT.S. Bullshit. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It attracted everyone's attention. The one who spoke was none other than the stall owner from the Celestial Empire. A once-in-a-century genius? Don't be ridiculous. With our Celestial Empire's Celestial Emperor, Ling Xiao, what kind of genius is he? Haim Mu is a friend of our Celestial Emperor. Ji Mingxing crippled her. Our Celestial Emperor will not forgive him. In the eyes of the ordinary people of the Celestial Empire, Ling Xiao was a godlike existence. Although in the Celestial Empire, the ordinary people might not have seen Ling Xiao's true face. However, Ling Xiao's fame had been spread among the people. Especially the great achievement of destroying the true demon empire and establishing the Celestial Empire. It was definitely not something that any martial artist could do. In the Celestial Empire, there were countless young people who looked up to Ling Xiao as their role model. Even in the Divine Phoenix Empire, there was a portion of the young people who were shocked by Ling Xiao's feat of chasing down Tomohiko Kuma alone. In the end, he killed Tamor Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. This was the hero in their hearts. What 10 great Phoenix sons! Although the names sounded resounding, in terms of great achievements, none of them could be compared to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might not be as strong as them, but he definitely could not be humiliated. Old thing, what nonsense are you spouting? A martial artist directly kicked over the merchant's stall and scolded. Ji Mingxing, that's a descendant of the Sacred Dynasty and a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. What kind of glory is that? He's only 17 years old, but he's already at the peak of the 10 Directions Heaven realm. He's not at all at a disadvantage when fighting against the half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Xiao is strong, but does he deserve to be compared to Ji Mingxing? Plus, I heard that he went to the City of Sin. I bet he died in that tragedy. The tragedy at the City of Sin had spread like wildfire. Naturally, many people knew about it. Ling Xiao went to the City of Sin. Many people knew about this. But whether or not Ling Xiao was dead was unknown. After all, it's been half a year and Ling Xiao hasn't appeared in public. Even though there were rumors that he returned to the Immortals' capital and visited the relatives of some of the dead citizens. But this thought was that all emperors have their own stand-ins. Who knows if it's real or fake? You are full of nonsense. How could our God of Heaven be dead? Even though the old merchant's stall was kicked over, he did not compromise and continued to speak in neither servile nor overbearing manner. What an idiot! What did Ling Xiao give you to make you protect him so much? A warrior wearing fancy clothes rushed forward and grabbed onto the old man's neck. He coldly said, "Now, old man, if you are willing to say Ling Xiao go to hell, then I will let you go. Or else, don't blame me for being rude. Senior brother, let's not play too big. If that Ling Xiao doesn't die, then we are done for. He is someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance." Perhaps seeing that the situation was a little serious, voices of persuasion sounded from the crowd. It would have been fine if they didn't say this, but now that they did, the warrior in fancy clothes became even angrier. So what if I know? I didn't meet Ling Xiao, but if I did, then Ling Xiao would die for sure. Haha, give up. Even if this old man dies, I will not slander His Majesty. If I die, His Majesty will definitely treat my family well. I am not afraid. If you have the guts, then kill me. His Majesty will definitely avenge me. The old man's face was red from being choked, but he had no intention of compromising. His 3 sons were sold to the Divine Phoenix continent as slaves, and his 2 daughters were also captured and abused by the sea race. It was Ling Xiao who saved them and allowed their family to live a stable life. Although they were not rich, they had good prospects. To him, Ling Xiao was their family's benefactor, so no matter what, he would not go against his conscience and speak ill of Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's sword was already unsheathed. She looked at Ling Xiao beside her and said, "Master, do you want me to make a move?" Chapter 13:18. Let me do it! Ling Xiao sighed. He had not expected that his ordinary action would attract such adoration. This old man actually refused to say anything bad about him even in death. If he didn't save him today, then he really didn't have the qualifications to be the Celestial Emperor. From Heaven Peak City to Sky Cloud City, then to Yuehua School, and finally to Divine Phoenix Empire before returning to Sky Dragon Continent. This was the first time Ling Xiao was adored by someone he didn't know, and this made him feel as though he was in a dream. As though he had lived for many years. In actual fact, from the time he left the Ling family at the age of 15 till he became the Celestial Emperor at the age of 17, it had merely been 2 years. He used his own efforts to compose a magnificent and peerless legend. And this legend was just the beginning. If Ji Mingxing didn't lay his hands on Hai Myungkeo, perhaps I wouldn't touch him. But now he must pay the price. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He hadn't been to the capital for half a year, and he didn't expect the people here to not take him seriously. Just at this moment, that luxuriously dressed practitioner's grip grew stronger and stronger while that old merchant's face had turned from red to green. Both his hands struggled with all his might, attempting to pry that luxuriously dressed practitioner's hand away. Let people off whenever possible. He's just an ordinary merchant, is there a need to be so angry? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke out. Who do you think you are, to dare to meddle in my business? When the luxuriously dressed practitioner saw that the person who spoke was actually Ling Xiao, his heart was filled with rage. Ling Xiao had beauties by his side and now he still wanted to meddle in other people's business. How would he be happy about that? Slap! A loud slap resounded in the market, and the nearby crowd couldn't help but be stunned. That luxuriously dressed practitioner who was choking the old merchant's neck was sent flying and crashed into the crowd. He didn't regain his senses for a long time. When you're outside, you'd better watch your mouth. After Ling Xiao made his move, he said faintly, I just heard that even if Ling Xiao was here, you would still want him to die. I'm Ling Xiao, why don't you give it a try? Ling Xiao pointed at himself and smiled. What? Hearing this name, the well-dressed martial artist lying on the ground turned green. He said that he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but that was only because Ling Xiao wasn't here. Now that he saw the real person, how could he dare to be presumptuous? Moreover, that slap from Ling Xiao just now was really painful. How could he not know that he was no match for Ling Xiao? The entire market fell into a brief silence because of this name. It had appeared. The Ling Xiao who had once turned the entire Divine Phoenix capital upside down had appeared again. He didn't die in the city of sin, and he was even stronger than before. This news began to spread in the bazaar. Old man, are you all right? Ling Xiao bent down and carefully checked the old merchant's pulse. After confirming that there were no major problems, he let out a sigh of relief. You're the Sky Emperor. You really are the Sky Emperor. Although the old merchant had never seen Ling Xiao in person, he had seen Ling Xiao's statue before. They really looked alike. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He didn't think that the Sky Emperor would be so approachable. He would actually fight with other martial artists for an ordinary merchant like him. That's right, I am the Sky Emperor of the Celestial Empire, Ling Xiao. I've made you suffer. From now on, all the merchants of the Celestial Empire who do business here, remember this. If you have any problems, you can directly find the Celestial Empire Chamber of Commerce here. If they can't solve the problem, I'll solve it myself. Ling Xiao wanted to establish his might. He wanted everyone to know that the Celestial Empire wasn't an existence that could be easily manipulated. If they couldn't even do business in other places, then the Celestial Empire's economy might as well be abandoned. Brother Ling, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. The martial artist in luxurious clothes who was sent flying by Ling Xiao stood up and walked over, then said respectfully. The current him had long lost the arrogance and despotism from before. Replacing it was all subservience. Ling Xiao's terror, he had long heard of it. That was not just a genius, but also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The current him was thinking about the miserable appearances of those martial artists who were killed by Ling Xiao. At the thought of this, he felt his entire body trembling. How could he be so unlucky, just running into Ling Xiao? Sorry? Ling Xiao revealed a hint of a cold smile and said, If apologizing is useful, what are the martial artists of the mystic world still practicing martial arts for? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill one to warn 100. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This was his most direct thought at this time. If he couldn't intimidate these people, he was afraid that the merchants of the Celestial Empire who did business here would still be bullied. However, just as he was about to make a move, a group of patrolling soldiers walked over. All of you stop. This is the market, not a place for you to cause trouble. The captain in the lead shouted loudly. Ling Xiao withdrew his hand and said indifferently, Just now, when this person bullied the merchants of the Celestial Empire, where were you? Where we were is none of your business. I know you're Ling Xiao, you're very powerful. But this is my territory. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down for me. I'm the law here. Celestial Empire merchants? What does the merchants of the Celestial Empire have to do with our divine Phoenix Empire? They deserve to be beaten to death. That captain raised his head like a proud rooster. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao's first thought was actually not anger, but amusement. He had only not come to the divine Phoenix Empire for half a year. How did such a clown appear? This kind of trash was even lower class than Feng Mingyu. Interesting, you don't care about the safety of the merchants of our Celestial Empire, right? Then don't blame me for overstepping my boundaries. Ling Xiao's expression froze. No one could clearly see how he made his move. They only vaguely saw the shadow of a sword. Then, that well-dressed martial artist fell to the ground. Dead? You killed him? The captain was stunned. That's right, I killed him. Bastard, do you know who he is? The captain roared. I only know that he wanted to kill my people. As the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, I have to kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're finished, you're finished. A small Celestial Emperor actually dared to touch the person of Celebrity Huangzi. You must be tired of living. Celebrity Huangzi? Ling Xiao was stunned. Among the 10 Huangzi, there didn't seem to be such a person. Young hero Ling, you don't know. Half a year ago, Peacock Huangzi's cultivation was crippled by someone, so she removed her title and went into seclusion to cultivate. This celebrity Huangzi is Ji Mingxing. She was personally bestowed by the emperor, there's no mistake. A passerby martial artist said. This was obviously one of Ling Xiao's admirers. I see. I've done so much for the divine Phoenix Empire, but this emperor didn't reward me with anything. Ji Mingxing didn't even do a fart. What qualifications does he have to be one of the 10 Huangzi? This phoenix cry immeasurable is a little too unkind. Chapter 13-19. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Today, I'll make myself clear. If anyone dares to touch the merchants of the Celestial Empire, I'll kill them. This person is a good example. Let alone Ji Mingxing, even if he's from the Celestial Empire, I'll kill him without hesitation. A piece of trash who doesn't know how to cultivate properly, and likes to bully the elderly. Even if he's alive, he's still scum. After saying this, he led the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum into the city. The patrol captain didn't dare to stop them. He stood there in a daze for a long while before anger appeared in his eyes. A mere human dared to not give him any face. He couldn't accept the fact that someone dared to kill someone right in front of him. I say, you shouldn't be angry. Ling Xiao isn't someone you can afford to offend. He even dared to scold the current Celestial Emperor. Compared to the Celestial Emperor, you're nothing. A passerby tried to persuade the captain. How could that be? How could he be so daring? The captain was stunned. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Many people saw that scene. This young hero Ling disrespected the righteous alliance and the imperial family in front of countless people, forcefully killing the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy, Sikong Zun. Don't you think that's impressive? Hearing this, the captain collapsed to the ground. Heavens, just what kind of person was I talking to just now? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the city. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, creating a lively scene. The streets and alleys were filled with a festive atmosphere. All of this wasn't for the Dragon Phoenix selection, but for the marriage of a man and a woman. The man was Ji Mingxing, a descendant of the sacred dynasty. It was rumored that he was the successor of the Celestial Emperor, and was attempting to restore the sacred dynasty and overthrow the Celestial Empire. The woman was Feng Mingxiao's daughter, Feng Minglian, an ice phoenix, a member of the imperial family, and the niece of the current Celestial Emperor. How could Ling Xiao not understand the Celestial Emperor's intentions? He wanted to use Ji Mingxing as a puppet to reap the fruits of his victory. After all, on the Sky Dragon continent, there were still many people who were infatuated with the glory of the sacred dynasty. When he thought up to here, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a wisp of a cold smile. Imperial Monarch, oh Imperial Monarch, can the puppet you support really pose a threat to me? Today, I will make you give up completely. It was impossible for him to hand over the country that he had fought so hard for to others, so the old and young of the previous dynasty should not have any extravagant hopes. Today should be Feng Minglian and Ji Mingxing's wedding ceremony. Ling Xiao felt that he came at the right time. The entire imperial capital was celebrating the newlyweds. It was indeed a marriage arranged by the emperor. Compared to the marriage of commoners, it was much more extravagant. If Ji Mingxing was crippled in front of so many people, what kind of expression would the emperor have? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Ji Mingxing crippled Haim Myungkeo, that was his friend. This matter touched his reverse scale and was absolutely intolerable. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that it was a little strange. With Haim Myungkeo's cultivation and strength, how could she be so easily crippled by Ji Mingxing? He felt that there was definitely something going on. However, at this moment, it was not the time to figure out this matter. No matter what the reason was, Ji Mingxing crippled his friend. Therefore, Ji Mingxing had to be crippled. Even if the emperor tried to stop him, it would be useless. Right now, his strength wasn't strong enough, so there were some things that he had to endure and some people that he couldn't touch. If he advanced to the Yin-Yang realm, then he would definitely kill his way into the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial palace and kill the emperor, Feng Mingliang. This person had tried to kill him time and time again. Although he didn't succeed, a deep hatred had been formed. Without strength, he had to pretend to be a grandson. Ling Xiao didn't want to pretend to be a grandson for too long. Let's go watch the show. With a slight smile, Ling Xiao walked towards the most lively place in the imperial capital today. That was the residence that the emperor, Feng Mingliang, had specially bestowed upon Ji Mingxing. Today's wedding was going to be held there. He believed that all the officials and nobles in the imperial capital would come to congratulate him. As Dragon King Tian, Ling Xiao had no reason not to prepare a congratulatory gift. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Feng Yishan revealed a helpless and bitter smile. This Ling Xiao really knows how to cause trouble. He just returned and already killed Ji Mingxing's lackey. Is he trying to slap the emperor's face? He might not be as strong as Feng Mingqishan and Feng Mingliang in terms of strength, but in terms of intelligence, he had nurtured many experts. Ling Zhao's reappearance in the imperial capital made him somewhat excited and somewhat expectant. Only someone like Ling Xiao would be able to muddy the waters of the imperial capital. Only then would he be able to benefit from it. The last time Ling Xiao came to the imperial capital, he had obtained a lot of benefits. This time, he was still looking forward to it. After all, he and Ling Xiao were still allies at the moment. Master, the current imperial capital is not like the imperial capital of the past. Do you think Ling Xiao can still display his unique charm like last time? Feng Yishan looked at the white-bearded old man, the dean of Qingshu College, Zhou Yun, and asked. No matter how many geniuses there are, they are just foils in the end. Ling Xiao's sword is probably thirsty for blood. Even as I sit here, I can feel the killing intent that soars into the sky. Zhou Yun stroked his beard and said, "There's no need to change our plan. We'll still focus on forming an alliance with Ling Xiao. This time, I'm afraid he'll cause an even bigger commotion than last time." At this point, Zhou Yun suddenly paused and looked at Feng Yishan. "Your Highness, how's your cultivation recently? Don't let Ling Xiao catch up to you." "Don't worry, Master. With me around, Ling Xiao will only be worthy of being number 2. When he said this, the originally cultured and elegant Feng Yishan revealed a shocking domineering aura. That powerful aura was clearly that of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, and his realm was very high. "Not bad. It seems like you haven't been idle. Your cultivation has actually broken through again." Zhou Yun smiled and said, "In the primordial era, there were 2 outstanding people, you and Liang. You was always suppressed by Liang, so there was a saying that if there was you, then there was Liang. Today, in my opinion, it should be said that if there was Ling Xiao, then there was Yishan." Ha! In Zhou Yun's opinion, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was still just a chess piece on Feng Yishan's chessboard. Feng Ming Wuliang, Feng Ming Qishan, Feng Ming Xiao, and even himself were just pawns of Feng Yishan. Only he knew how terrifying and wise Feng Yishan was. In a place very close to the Phoenix Academy was the residence of the former Northern Region King, Ji Ning. It was obvious that this place had been renovated. The degree of luxury and majesty was probably not inferior to that of any minister in the imperial capital. And this was the residence that Imperial Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang had bestowed upon Ji Mingxing. The vermilion door was open, and the plaque of the great general's residence had been removed and replaced with the plaque of the Holy Sun's residence. It seemed that Ling Xiao's guess was right. Imperial Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang really wanted to support Ji Mingxing as the Holy Son of the Sacred Dynasty, and then control him from behind the scenes. From the outside, one could see that inside the residence, there was a huge stage set up in the huge courtyard. There was a banquet below. Chapter 1320. Seated at the banquet was Ji Mingxing's master, the great Sun Realm Lord, and Emperor Feng Ming the Infinite. There were also many nobles present, but Feng Mingxiao was nowhere to be seen. Now that the bride was already here, it would be strange if the mother did not come. But she did not come. Back in the city of Sin, Ling Xiao had vaguely learned from Feng Yingshan's words that Feng Mingxiao had been baptized by the divine phoenix sacred light, so she had lost her human emotions and was only a tool loyal to the divine phoenix empire. If that was the case, it was normal for her not to come. Other than these officials and nobles, there were also many of Ji Mingxing's friends. They were all young talents from the divine phoenix continent and the heavenly dragon continent. Their cultivations were not weak, and they could be considered young and promising. Of course, these people had also joined the Phoenix Academy with Ji Mingxing. The Phoenix Academy was gradually recovering. The wound that Ling Xiao had inflicted on it was also gradually healing, and it seemed to be on the rise. These young people followed Ji Mingxing because they wanted to become heroes of the sacred dynasty. When the time came, they would be able to obtain an official position and not have to worry about their lives. The martial artists in the mystic world had different pursuits. Some chased after power their entire lives. Some chased after immortality. Some wanted to walk out of the gate of Heaven's Chosen and see the outside world. But most people still hoped to use their own knowledge to obtain wealth and power. This was the most realistic goal. These people were like this. They could even imagine that with the support of the great Sun Realm Lord and Emperor Feng Ming the Infinite, Ji Mingxing's future would be bright. Eventually, she would reach the Grotto Heaven Realm, or even the Yin-Yang Realm, and become the Divine Emperor, replacing the overconfident Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. At this time, guests were still arriving at the wedding venue. Peacock Race's young master Kong Ming has arrived. Great Ping Race's heavenly rock phoenix Sun Pingyu has arrived. Righteous Alliance's young master Jia Tianfeng has arrived. The butler at the door sang 3 times in a row, attracting the attention of many young people. Although the Peacock clan had fallen into silence because of the Peacock Phoenix son, Kong He, being crippled, their foundation had not been destroyed. Kong Ming was an outstanding talent in the family. According to rumors, he might be even more powerful than Kong He. However, because he was a mixed blood, he was never taken seriously. Now that Kong He was crippled, he could finally step onto the stage. There was no need to talk about the rock race. The heavenly rock Huangzi's reputation was not small, and he was also a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. His influence was huge. As for this Jia Tianfeng of the Righteous Alliance, he was rather interesting. This person was the Righteous Alliance Lord's newly adopted son. He wasn't old, only a little over 20 years old, but he was steady and capable. Compared to Jia Lin and Jia Yun, who'd already been killed by Ling Xiao, he simply couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Coupled with the fact that this man was extremely thorough in his work, the Righteous Alliance showed no signs of decline. On the contrary, it seemed to be even more prosperous. The Righteous Alliance was even planning to elect Jia Tianfeng as its future alliance lord. From this, one could see just how formidable this man was. For these three people to arrive at almost the same time was truly a matter worth pondering. This was giving Ji Mingxing plenty of face. Good fellow, Star Huangzi truly is Star Huangzi. The Peacock race, the Rock race, and even the Righteous Alliance have come. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Ji Mingxing, the bridegroom, dressed in a red robe, walked forward and clasped his hands. Welcome, my three dear friends. Please come in and take a seat. Star brother, when you get rich in the future, don't forget about the three of us. The four of us have sworn brothers and swore oaths to the divine phoenix. The one speaking was the domineering heavenly rock Huangzi. Everyone was flabbergasted by these words. It was no wonder the emperor valued Ji Mingxing so much. They hadn't expected Ji Mingxing to be sworn brothers with Kong Ming, Ping Yu, and Jia Tianfeng. Things were getting interesting. Feng Ming Wuliang chuckled inwardly. Ji Mingxing wasn't just the holy son of the sacred dynasty. His master was also the renowned Great Sun Realm Lord. There would definitely be many people trying to curry favor with him. If he gave Ji Mingxing benefits, he would be giving benefits to the Great Sun Realm Lord. How could he not understand such a simple logic? Kong Ming, Ping Yu, and Jia Tianfeng entered the residence and sat in the front row, second only to the Great Sun Realm Lord and Feng Ming Wuliang. Although they represented their own race, they were still juniors and couldn't sit side by side with the two seniors. Interesting, very interesting. Before the Dragon Phoenix election began, the changes in the capital were quite big. Putting that trash Ping Yu aside, Kong Ming and Jia Tianfeng aren't to be trifled with. It seems like the Peacock race and the Righteous Alliance aren't done yet. Ling Xiao didn't intend to provoke them. Of course, if the other party didn't have eyes and insisted on provoking him, he wouldn't mind crippling the two of them so that the Peacock race and the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan wouldn't have any successors. What's with that expression of yours? Are you not convinced? Someone like you isn't even fit to clean the shoes of those four young masters. Ling Xiao might have unintentionally revealed a disdainful smile, but it was discovered by a young man who was watching the commotion. That person actually began to question him righteously. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look at that person curiously. A mere 6 arts heaven realm cultivator was nothing more than an ant before him. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm not convinced? Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, You're right. I don't care about those 4 pieces of trash even if they were added together. Impudent. You actually dare to look down on those young masters. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be able to take it anymore. He hadn't expected that Ling Zhao's words would agitate this indignant person and cause him to raise his hand and attack. Ling Xiao only sneered and then lunged forward with killing intent. Before he even attacked, that person vomited blood and collapsed to the ground, his limbs going limp. A piece of trash like you is only fit to worship those 4 trash. Ling Xiao disdainfully glanced at the martial artist on the ground. He didn't even have the slightest interest in attacking. This person was too weak and couldn't be compared to the current Wang Chong, To bully such a person, he felt ashamed. Yes, I'm a trash. I only ask that grandfather spare my life. That fellow who had been speaking righteously just a moment ago was now a coward to the point of being contemptible. Scram! Don't let me see you again, or else I'll kill you. Ling Xiao coldly barked. I'll scram. I'll immediately scram. The martial artist scrambled to escape into the crowd. At that moment, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind, Ling Xiao. It can't be, right? Could it be that Ling Xiao really has to come back? Thinking of this fiendish god, he could not help shuddering. Being able to leave alive from Ling Xiao's hands, this was also considered a kind of luck. In the streets, Ling Xiao was even rumored to be a temperamental demon. It was also no wonder that this person was so fearful. This small matter did not affect Ling Xiao's mood. He raised his head and looked at that Holy Sun Manor plaque, revealing a hint of a hideous grin. Chapter 13:21. Kacha. Without any warning, the plaque of the Holy Sun Mansion suddenly cracked and fell to the ground. The guards at the door were in a mess. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to enter the mansion, but the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Although he used to be very annoyed with Haim Myungkeo, only Haim Myungkeo was worthy of the title of Holy Sun. Who was Ji Mingxing? How dare he call himself the Holy Sun? Also, this mansion was given to General Ji Ning by Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei. No one was worthy of occupying it. Of course, this included the emperor. Even if the mansion was deserted, as long as Ji Ning did not say anything, whoever occupied it was disrespectful to him, Ji Fuling, and Yu Xianwei. Feng Ming Wuliang had committed treason and did such a thing. Ling Xiao naturally had to destroy this plaque. Of course, there was another small reason, which was that he tried to break into the mansion through the chaos. Obviously, he succeeded. Although the broken plaque caused quite a bit of chaos, the wedding still had to go on. Feng Ming Wuliang ordered to strengthen the guards, which gradually maintained order. However, his expression was not very good. Someone actually dared to destroy the plaque that he had given to Ji Mingxing. This was a slap to his face. If he found out who did it, he would not let that person have an easy time. After a short period of chaos, the guests gradually arrived. However, they did not see Feng Mingxiao's shadow from beginning to end. In the VIP seats, the young disciples of Phoenix Academy were all proud and valiant. Their bodies were straight, and the other guests praised them. Half a year ago, this academy had encountered a disaster. A young man named Ling Xiao had made them pay a heavy price. However, in just half a year, they rose again. As the Dragon Phoenix selection approached, more geniuses joined. Qingshu College had been left far behind. If not for the cooperation between Qingshu College and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, which allowed them to produce and sell some secret medicinal pills, they might not have been able to withstand the impact and would have collapsed. The Phoenix Academy was highly regarded by the royal family. Qingshu College couldn't compare with it. A mere Ji Mingxing had almost humiliated Qingshu College. People increasingly felt that Qingshu College was on the verge of collapse. The future of the Divine Phoenix Empire belonged to the Phoenix Academy, and it belonged to these proud youngsters seated in the VIP seats. Of course, this was what most people thought. Some people, including the students of Qingshu College, knew that many talented martial artists had chosen to cultivate in seclusion in the past 6 months. For example, Longchen from Qingshu College. His cultivation was originally inferior to Haim Myungkeo's, but he managed to catch up. If he hadn't gone into seclusion, Ji Mingxing might not have been able to gain any advantage. There were a lot of people like Longchen, the sword demon, who had recently risen to fame and was even more famous than Ji Mingxing, didn't attend today's wedding. This person was probably even more terrifying than Ji Mingxing. There were also a few people who disdained the group of good-for-nothings in the VIP seats. The most obvious ones were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Moon Lady. When the tiger isn't in the mountain, the monkey is king. Ling Xiao had left for half a year, and Ji Mingxing, this trash, had actually become the #1 genius of the heavenly dragon continent. He even dared to challenge Haim Myunkeo at Qingshu College. Now that the tiger had returned to the mountain, he would let this monkey know who the real king was. Bang bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers thundered from outside the door. The sound spread throughout the entire imperial city, as if afraid that people wouldn't know that today was Ji Mingxing's wedding. This Feng Ming Wuliang was really something. In order to curry favor with the great Sun Realm Lord, he had done everything he could. The great Sun Realm Lord's old face was also full of smiles. A month ago, he had just broken through to the Yin-Yang realm and was considered one of the rare experts in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Even in the Divine Phoenix continent and White Tiger continent, he was definitely a top expert. It was normal for Feng Ming Wuliang to curry favor with him. There was a crowd at the entrance of the Holy Sun's residence. These were all martial artists who weren't qualified to enter the residence, but they wanted to watch the show. Within the Holy Sun's residence, there was also a sea of people. These were all heroes of the pugilistic world who had come to support Ji Mingxing, Feng Ming Wuliang, and the great Sun Realm Lord. It could be said that this wedding was as grand as the Crown Prince's wedding. Feng Ming Wuliang had really invested a lot in this. Within the residence, countless martial artists looked at Ji Mingxing with envy and jealousy. This person was actually able to be personally taught by a master like the great Sun Realm Lord, and was even able to be personally bestowed a marriage by the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang. Not only that, he was able to become sworn brothers with the outstanding geniuses of the Peacock race, the Great Rock race, and the Righteous Alliance. This was simply a peerless main character who had gathered all the attention of the world. While everyone was envious, they also felt that today was an eye-opener. Seeing those high and mighty figures who normally wouldn't show their faces sitting in the VIP seats and chatting merrily, they felt that their lives were worth it. Experts had the demeanor of experts. Geniuses had the handsomeness of geniuses. The VIP seats seemed to be where the essence of the entire Divine Phoenix Empire gathered. After Ji Mingxing welcomed his sworn brothers into the residence, he hurriedly left. Logically speaking, when the firecrackers were fired, it should be the scene of him and Feng Ming Lian walking on the red carpet. However, after the firecrackers, they didn't appear. Ling Xiao guessed that Feng Ming Lian was probably really dissatisfied with this wedding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have delayed the golden time. As if afraid of an awkward silence, Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang stood up and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Even though the firecrackers were fired, Feng Ming Wuliang's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Today is the big day of my foster son Ji Mingxing and my niece Feng Ming Lian. The groom and bride are probably a little shy, so I'll say a few words first. As he spoke, someone had already entered and urged the two to come out. At this moment, the firecrackers were still firing. In any case, Ji Mingxing had plenty of money. The wealth of the great Sun Realm Lord was all his. Even if it was fired for an entire day, it wouldn't be enough. Feng Ming Wuliang continued. Feng Ming Lian, needless to say, is the daughter of the #1 genius of our empire, Feng Ming Xiao. Although she doesn't often appear in front of others, her talent is also extraordinary. At the age of 16, she's already at the late stage of 10 Directions Heaven. Hearing this, even Ling Xiao was a little shocked. He had already reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm at the age of 17. He didn't expect Feng Ming Lian's talent to not lose to his at all. As expected, she was also a genius. It was a pity that she was going to marry a cripple. Ji Mingxing, the only disciple of the great Sun Realm Lord. At the age of 17, he's at the peak of 10 Directions Heaven. The #1 genius of the Sky Dragon continent. Compared to Ling Xiao in the past, he's even more outstanding. At a young age, he was fancied by the great Sun Realm Lord and was carefully nurtured. This child was the beloved son of the sacred dynasty's Saint Emperor. However, when he was young, he was secretly harmed by evil people. Fortunately, there was a person who was deeply righteous and saved him. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. Now that Ji Mingxing has returned, he personally ended the enmity of the past and crippled the fake Holy Sun, Haim Myung-ko. Chapter 13:22. Feng Ming Wuliang continued. But Ji Mingxing is kind and still spared Haim Myung-ko's life, which can be considered as benevolent. To be honest, even I was moved by his moral integrity, so I took him in as my godson and sent him to the Phoenix Academy to study. Now, he has already replaced Peacock Phoenix Sun Kong He's position and is bestowed the title of Celebrity Phoenix Sun by me, the Holy Son of the Sacred Dynasty. My sister Feng Mingxiao did not come, not because she does not value this wedding, but because she went to the White Tiger continent to find Medicine King Sun Tzu for Celebrity Phoenix Sun to refine a pill that can help Celebrity Phoenix Sun to break through the cage and ascend to the Grotto Heaven realm. Not only is she very happy about this marriage, she also thinks highly of Celebrity Phoenix Sun. Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang's words praised Ji Mingxing like a flower, as if he was an unprecedented peerless genius. Especially when he clearly pointed out that Ji Mingxing's talent was stronger than Ling Xiao's. He was not spouting nonsense when he said that. After all, half a year ago, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 9th heavenly layer. He really could not compare to Ji Mingxing. Who would have predicted that in just half a year, Ling Xiao's cultivation would have a qualitative breakthrough? In fact, even Ling Xiao himself did not expect it. But the consecutive fierce battles in the City of Sin, as well as the training from the Alchemy Conference, really allowed him to grow too much. Hearing Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang's words, the crowd started to discuss. A rare genius in the Sky Dragon continent, indeed extraordinary. To be able to walk out from such a trashy continent and still be so dazzling, it's really rare. That's right, moreover, he is the legitimate Holy Son, with the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. I'm afraid that the Celestial Empire on the Sky Dragon continent is not legitimate. The great Sun Realm Lord, and the Holy Son of the Holy Emperor, no wonder the Emperor thinks so highly of him. If it were me, I would also marry my own daughter to him. Of course, when there were people praising, there were naturally people who were not convinced. Ji Mingxing is a genius, but to say that he is number one, isn't that too arbitrary? Half a year has passed, Ling Xiao is not the same as before. How can Ji Mingxing compare to him? That's right, if we are talking about geniuses, other than him, who else could have achieved great achievements and was bestowed the title of Dragon King, and then used the Northern Desert Army to overthrow the true Demon Empire and establish the Celestial Empire? That is the true genius, is the real genius. Emperor's right, if Ling is the Emperor, Liang's is right, Emperor, Feng Ming Wu Emperor, if Ming Wu Emperor, Emperor, Feng. Tian S. Ming Mingxing. Feng S. This BS, to create an opponent there SS Ji Mingxing Mingxing's Ji Mingxing. To end Feng's? However, Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Today, I will completely destroy the things that you have been scheming for so long, so that you can forget about your delusions. He was waiting for the couple to appear. I won't waste any more words. Let the groom and bride come on stage. After receiving the report that a couple was about to come out, Feng Ming Wuliang smiled and returned to his seat. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, Ji Mingxing walked out with his bride in his arms. The bride's head was covered with a red veil. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but her figure wrapped in a red robe was absolutely alluring. A talented man and a beautiful woman, what a pair! Many people did not even see Feng Minglian's appearance clearly, and began to praise her. Feng Minglian didn't know, but that Ji Mingxing was very handsome. He was indeed handsome. Standing on the red carpet, there was indeed a proud aura. It was no wonder that the great Sun Realm Lord took a fancy to him, and accepted him as a disciple. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Mingxing. Indeed, he was 80% similar to Haim Myung-ko. It seemed that it was true that he had the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. However, he had to go back and ask Haim Myung-ko about what happened back then. However, no matter what the situation was, even if it was as the rumors said, he still wanted to cripple Ji Mingxing. The reason was simple. Haim Myung-ko was his friend. There was no reason for him to not do anything when his friend was crippled. I won't kill you. It can be considered as kindness. It can be considered as benevolence. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Recalling the words that Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang had said, it was full of sarcasm. Groom, express your thoughts. You can't not say anything when you bring back the beauty today. Below the stage, someone shouted loudly. Ji Mingxing smiled proudly and said, I am the star of the Ji family. I have the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. I am the holy son of the Holy Dynasty. Since young I have been cultivating with my master, the great Sun Realm Lord. When I found out that the Holy Dynasty was destroyed, I was heartbroken. I came out of seclusion to remove the mask of the Celestial Emperor and let the Holy Dynasty stand on the Sky Dragon continent once again. People often say that I am a rare genius in the Sky Dragon continent. I say that is too exaggerated. There are rare geniuses in 100 years. Someone told me that in the Holy Dynasty's martial arts festival, there was a person called Ling Xiao who defeated Han Myung-keo and became the #1 in the Sky Dragon continent. I went to the Qingshu College to find him, but he was nowhere to be found. I heard that he didn't return to the Celestial Empire. Helpless, I went to find Han Myung-keo to spar. But I didn't expect her to be so vicious. After knowing my identity, she wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to cripple her cultivation and let her reflect on herself. Today, I, Ji Mingxing, can bring the beauty home and marry Feng Ming and Lian Er as my wife. I am really lucky. I will not let her down in this life. Domineering. Well said. Star Huangzi is indeed the role model of our generation. Star Huangzi and Princess Lian Er will definitely become a couple. I am envious. Star Huangzi is not only good in martial arts, but also has such good luck. I am envious. For a moment, all kinds of praises sounded. Even if there were people who felt that Ji Mingxing was not worthy, they would not choose to speak at this time. After all, the great Sun Realm Lord and Feng Ming Wuliang were here. Even if they did not give Ji Mingxing face, they should at least give them face. However, there were people who were unwilling to remain silent. Bullsh*T. What a bunch of Bullsh*T. A very discordant voice exploded in the crowd. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded and a young man jumped on the red carpet. Who is it? Ji Mingxing's face was filled with killing intent. There was actually someone who dared to cause trouble on his wedding day. How could he not be angry? Long Qin, Qingshu College's disciple. Han Myung-keo's friend. The young man's body was surrounded by dragon aura. He was quite valiant. Ling Xiao, who was below the stage, could not help but click his tongue in amazement. The dragon clan was indeed extraordinary. Compared to humans, their cultivation was too easy. So you are that woman's friend. What do you want? Ji Mingxing showed a look of disdain. How powerful could a friend of Han Myung-keo be? Of course, he was not afraid. What do I want? Flight attendant Ming clearly gave you a chance during the battle. Seeing that you are her blood brother, she didn't want to hurt you. But you suddenly launched a sneak attack and heavily injured her. You even crippled her cultivation. If it wasn't for the appearance of Vice Principal Feng Qinyan, she would have died in your hands. Long Qin gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chapter 1323. Hearing Long Chen's words, Ling Zhao's killing intent instantly appeared. He originally only planned to cripple Ji Mingxing. But who knew that there was actually such an inside story? He knew best what kind of person Long Chen was. He would not lie about this matter. So, what he said should be the truth. Long Chen's appearance also made the wedding scene extremely awkward. Those disgusting praises and cheers instantly weakened. But many people pointed at Long Chen and whispered. Some people secretly shook their heads. This child, even if what he said was the truth, did he still want to live after not giving face to the great Sun Realm Lord and the Emperor? However, to dare to expose the truth in front of everyone at Ji Mingxing's wedding ceremony, this kid's courage was admirable. Ling Zhao's first thought was that he could not let Long Chen suffer. Long Chen's cultivation seemed to have increased greatly. He reckoned that he was on par with Ji Mingxing and could even defeat him. But in this way, Long Chun would violate the taboo and be hunted down. This kind of trouble was better left to him, Ling Xiao, to shoulder. Thinking of this, he sneered and said in a clear voice, "The world's strange news, Ji Mingxing. Such a shameless person can actually be praised as the #1 genius of the Sky Dragon continent. Isn't that mocking our Sky Dragon continent for having no one?" His voice was very loud. And very bright. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. People could not help but be surprised. Long Chun was Haim Myungko's friend. It was understandable that he came to seek revenge from Ji Mingxing. But what was this person trying to do by suddenly standing out? Was he trying to publicly provoke those high and mighty people? Even if he wanted to die, this was not the way to do it. Their gazes were all focused on this person in an instant. This person leaped up. While he was in midair, his killing intent was already overflowing. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His moon-white robe was elegant and free. It was so clean that there was not a trace of dust. It was not made of luxurious materials, nor was it a treasure. However, when this person wore it, it was so domineering. He was like an unsheathed sword. Before he made a move, he already made countless people tremble in fear. Seeing this person slowly land on the red carpet, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The troublemakers were here. Ling Xiao! This face was simply too famous, especially in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was engraved in the hearts of countless people. When he killed Sikong Zun and saved Ji Ning, he had become the idol of countless young people in the capital. Of course, he had also become the target of many people. He's Ling Xiao? What an arrogant person! How audacious! You actually dare to be so disrespectful in front of the great Sun Realm Lord and Emperor Feng Ming Wu Liang? Naturally, there were also many newcomers to the imperial capital. They had heard of Ling Xiao's name, but had never seen Ling Xiao in person. They hadn't seen Ling Xiao's feats, so many people didn't believe it. How could such a heroic act be done by a 17-year-old boy? They thought that they couldn't do it, so naturally, Ling Xiao couldn't do it either. They thought that if this was really Ling Xiao, then he was an arrogant and brainless fool. Today's marriage was personally bestowed by the emperor. You actually dared to mess it up. Wasn't that purely courting death? But they didn't notice that Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun Pingyu's expression wasn't very good. Pingyu understood Ling Xiao too well. Seeing Ling Xiao's face, he actually developed a sense of fear. Those things that Ling Xiao had done in the past, he had seen many of them with his own eyes. He had a deep pain, a heart-wrenching fear. On the other hand, Kong Ming and Jia Tianfeng were expressionless, but their hearts were already in turmoil. Kong He was crippled, Jia Yun was killed. Only then did the two of them have a chance to rise. Logically speaking, they should be grateful to Ling Xiao. But the two of them were smart people. They both understood that Ling Xiao was not on the same side as them. Ling Xiao was the most terrifying opponent. You are Ling Xiao. Ji Mingxing looked proudly at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing some disdain. He didn't know Ling Xiao. He only knew that Ling Xiao was the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire, the great thief who stole the foundation of the sacred dynasty. So he hated Ling Xiao. A hatred without any reason. In addition, after joining the Phoenix Academy, he kept hearing bad things about Ling Xiao. His impression of Ling Xiao was getting worse and worse. Many people compared him to Ling Xiao. But he was very displeased. Ji Mingxing was the holy son of the sacred dynasty. He had the bloodline of the sacred emperor, and was also the adopted son of the divine Phoenix Emperor. He had a noble bloodline, outstanding talent, and a famous master. But what was Ling Xiao? He was just an insignificant person with a beggar background. How could he be compared to him? He had lost count of the number of times he had wished to meet Ling Xiao and defeat him in front of everyone, so that they would know that he was a genius. He, Ji Mingxing, was the true genius. Ling Xiao was worthless in front of him. That's right, I am Ling Xiao. Ling Gao's indifferent voice rang in Ji Mingxing's ears. Then, he turned around and looked at Long Chun. He obviously didn't care about Ji Mingxing. How dare he turn his back to him? Longchen, let me handle the matters here. I'll take revenge for Mingkong. You should focus on your cultivation. Ling Xiao patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Big brother Ling, I know. But flight attendant Ming was really harmed by this shameless person. She said that she had never been soft-hearted to anyone in her life. This was the first time. But this time, she had to pay a heavy price. As Long Chen spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. A man doesn't cry easily. It's only because he hasn't been deeply hurt. Long Chen was so sad. It was enough to show how big of a blow Haim Miankeo had suffered. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if her cultivation is gone, she can cultivate again. With her talent and my elixirs, she can recover in a short time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Go down first and stay with Cold Plum. Okay. When Long Chen saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he had found his backbone. In fact, he really had to risk his life today. He knew very well that even if he defeated Ji Mingxing, he would be killed by the great Sun Realm Lord or Feng Ming Wuliang. But he had to do this. After Ling Xiao left the imperial capital, he was the strongest among the few people in Qinshu College. He had to take on the responsibility of protecting the others. But no one liked to die. Especially Long Chen. Behind him was the hope of the Golden Dragon clan. How could he die like this? Ling Xiao's appearance allowed him to see hope, to see the light. Ever since Ling Xiao brought the Golden Dragon clan out of the Moonlight Pagoda, he had worshipped his big brother like a god. In this world, there was nothing his big brother couldn't do. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had never disappointed him. Today, it would definitely be the same. Ling Xiao, this holy sun is talking to you. Ji Mingxing was furious. The thing he couldn't accept the most was being ignored. However, Ling Xiao dared to ignore him. This made him so angry that he couldn't control himself. Chapter 13:24. Holy Sun? I only know the Holy Sun, Haim Miankeo. I don't know who Ji Mingxing is. Where did this wild dog come from? How dare he call himself the Holy Sun? Ling Xiao's words didn't give Ji Mingxing any face. At the same time, he didn't give Feng Ming Wuliang any face. The smile on Feng Ming Wuliang's old face turned into awkwardness and anger. It was Ling Xiao again. This guy, at the most critical moment, always stood out to ruin his plans. Could it be that he was destined to be his nemesis? Last time, his plan to get rid of Ji Mingxing was ruined by Ling Xiao, and he even lost to Sikong Zun. This time, when he wanted to nurture Ji Mingxing and rope in the great Sun Realm Lord, Ling Xiao appeared again. Could it be that this brat was alive just to go against him? He was furious, but when he saw the Moon Lady in the crowd and thought about how the Sikong Zun couldn't even last a single move from her, he suppressed his anger. If only the old ancestor was willing to help. Feng Ming Wuliang thought to himself. Unfortunately, he knew that it was impossible. Every time the old ancestor attacked, his lifespan would decrease by a few years. He could only save his lifespan for the most crucial moment. For example, when he fought for the Imperial Jade Seal. But today, the old ancestor definitely wouldn't do anything. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to kill Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't kill him, he would just wait and see. He believed that there was someone here who was even more furious than him. And that person was the Great Sun Realm Lord. The Great Sun Realm Lord only accepted one disciple in his life. He would definitely nurture him like a treasure. If Ling Xiao dared to hurt him, the Great Sun Realm Lord would definitely go all out. Humph, Haim Miankeo has already been crippled by this Holy Sun. What right does he have to call himself the Holy Sun? Ji Mingxing snorted coldly. Interesting. You mean that if someone cripples you, you won't have the right to call yourself the Holy Sun? Very well, if that's the case, then it's simple. The killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes intensified. Many people who had just arrived at the imperial capital were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Ling Xiao was here to ruin Ji Mingxing's wedding. Not only did Ji Mingxing not immediately kill him, Even Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang didn't say anything. What did that mean? Could it be that this person had something to rely on, to actually be able to make Phoenix Cry Infinite remain silent? Actually, this was also what the great Sun Realm Lord was worried about. Normally, if someone dared to humiliate his apprentice like this, he would have made a move. But today, he sensed Feng Ming Wuliang's special attitude, so he temporarily remained silent. Ling Xiao then looked at Feng Minglian, who was in Ji Mingxing's arms, and asked indifferently, "Are you really willing to marry him?" He had to ask this question. After all, this girl was his senior brother Wu Xiang's daughter. He still had to make things clear. "I'm willing." Her voice was crisp and clear, but Ling Xiao felt a little stupefied when he heard it. Tai Chi. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his Tai Chi and looked under the red veil. At this moment, he realized that Feng Minglian under the red veil had a dull look in her eyes. It was obvious that she had fallen into someone's illusion, and had fallen into an illusion. She only knew how to answer people's questions mechanically. It seemed that Feng Minglian was also unwilling to accept this marriage. Whoosh! Everyone's vision blurred. When they could see clearly again, they realized that Feng Minglian was already in Ling Xiao's arms. "Ling Xiao, aren't you going overboard? Today is Ji Mingxing and Feng Minglian's wedding day. Even if you have a personal grudge, it won't be too late to settle it tomorrow." Finally, the heavenly rock phoenix Sun Pingyu couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to speak. "Shut up!" A loud shout with a strong killing intent and a domineering aura actually intimidated Pingyu. The dignified heavenly rock phoenix Sun was actually unable to speak in front of Ling Xiao. In the crowd, many people were dumbfounded. It seemed that the rumors were true. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. Just based on the fact that he could summon more than heavenly rock phoenix Sun, his ranking in the divine Phoenix Empire was definitely within the top 10. Big Brother Ling has become even stronger. Long Chun revealed an excited expression. Not only that, the most exciting part is yet to come. However, the prerequisite is whether the enemy has the ability to force him to use those moves. Cold Plum said indifferently. Long Chun did not doubt Cold Plum's words. He was also looking forward to how strong his big brother Ling had become. Ling Xiao directly removed Feng Minglian's red veil, and that beautiful and noble face was reflected in everyone's eyes. Only her eyes were a little dull. "Great Sun Realm Lord, you are one of the seniors that I respect. You wouldn't force someone to marry your disciple, right? This Feng Minglian is obviously under an illusion and her mind is being controlled. Do you still intend to let the wedding continue?" Ling Xiao looked at the Great Sun Realm Lord and said indifferently. He intended to give the Great Sun Realm Lord some face. If this person was really as righteous as the rumors said, he could temporarily let Ji Mingxing go and give this senior some face. However, his hopes were dashed. The Great Sun Realm Lord's mouth twitched. He coldly said, "This old man doesn't know anything about illusions. In short, today is my beloved disciple's big day. You actually dared to barge in and spout nonsense. Do you think this old man will let you go? Hee, I understand now. I have long heard that the Great Sun Realm Lord is proficient in Scarlet Sun illusions and has a pair of Scarlet Sun eyes. Now I understand. Feng Minglian's illusions aren't cast by others, but by you, old bastard." Ling Xiao laughed. His good impression of the Great Sun Realm Lord instantly disappeared. His original title of senior also changed to old bastard. What a load of nonsense! How could the Great Sun Realm Lord admit to such a thing? After all, his reputation in the pugilistic world was still very positive. He would never admit to such a despicable thing. Nonsense? Do you think that your Scarlet Sun illusions are very powerful and no one can break them? I will let you hear what Feng Minglian has to say now. As Ling Zhao's voice landed, his Tai Chi spun and a surge of righteous Qi with a strong soul power entered Feng Minglian's spirit sea. Inside, there was a fiery red Scarlet Sun illusion. That thing was the culprit that caused Feng Minglian to fall into the illusion. Destroy. The mountain river martial spirit was least afraid of illusions. A strong righteous Qi rushed towards the ball of light, causing it to instantly shatter. Feng Ming Lian also regained her clarity. You are the one who helped me break the illusion? Looking at Ling Xiao, Feng Ming Lian asked curiously. That's right. Now, can you tell me who cast the illusion on you? Ling Xiao asked. It's him. Feng Ming Lian pointed at the great Sun Realm Lord. Her haggard face was filled with anger. He is the one who forced me to marry his disciple. Not only so, even the Emperor Lord Feng Ming Wuliang is here. I don't know why they are doing this, but I really don't like this arrogant, ungrateful, and shameless person. So it's like this. The crowd was in an uproar. No one would have thought that today's marriage would develop to such an extent. Chapter 1325. It can't be. The great Sun Realm Lord is a highly respected senior in the Sky Dragon continent. Feng Minwu is also a divine Phoenix Emperor. Why would they team up to bully a young lady? I also feel that it's strange. Strange my ass. They are just a pair of old bastards. The crowd was discussing. Some didn't believe it, while others were scolding. Old man, you are also a figure. Why are you so old? For a disciple, you actually ruined your reputation. What a pity. Ling Xiao looked at the great Sun Realm Lord indifferently and said, Are you still not going to admit that you used an illusion to control Feng Minglian? Humph. The great Sun Realm Lord snorted and didn't explain. He couldn't explain it. The truth was in front of him. He could only make it worse. After all, many of the martial artists present weren't fools. It's good that you admit it. Oh right, Feng Minglian, what did you say about Ji Mingxing being ungrateful? Ling Xiao asked. I heard the conversation between the great Sun Realm Lord and him by accident. It wasn't Haim Miankeo who harmed him. In fact, the person who saved him from the executioner was Haim Miankeo's birth mother. However, Ji Mingxing said that in order to become famous, he could only treat Haim Miankeo as an enemy. If this isn't being ungrateful, then what is? It's simply shameless. Although Feng Minglian wasn't willing to marry Ji Mingxing, she thought about her mother's life and decided to pay attention to it. As long as Ji Mingxing was a person with a good character, it was enough. However, after hearing such a conversation, she was completely disgusted by this person. She was completely hopeless about this person's character. She didn't expect a person to be so shameless. Hee, I didn't expect there to be such a story. Ji Mingxing, you are really good. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. From the beginning, he only wanted to take revenge for his friend. Now, he was completely disgusted by this guy. What a joke. Do you think others will believe your words? I think you just don't want to marry me, so you deliberately came up with an excuse. Ji Mingxing sneered and pointed his spear at Feng Minglian. Don't think that I want to marry you. The blood of a lowly commoner flowing in your body makes me sick. You! Nonsense! Feng Minglian was so angry that her face turned red. After all, she wasn't as shameless as Ji Mingxing. Miss Lianer, there's no need to get angry with such a shameless person. He doesn't even care about his face. Whatever you say to him is meaningless. Believe in my words and leave the following matters to me. Ling Xiao smiled gently. All right. Feng Minglian had heard of Ling Xiao's name more than once. Of course, in her impression, there were two Ling Xiaos. One was the Ling Xiao that her mother and the emperor talked about. He was arrogant because of his talent, arrogant, ignorant, and bloodthirsty. The other was the Ling Xiao that Feng Yanren talked about. He was gentle, kind, and would take revenge for his brothers. He was an invincible hero. She was more willing to combine these two impressions. And today, the Ling Xiao in her heart had gradually become real. She was willing to believe in this person. Celebrity Huang Zi, why waste your breath on this piece of trash? Let me teach him a lesson for you. You're the great celebrity Huang Zi with the bloodline of a saint emperor. It's beneath your dignity to speak to a beggar. At this moment, a person jumped out of the crowd. This person was obviously Ji Mingxing's bad friends. He looked to be in his 20s and his cultivation was not weak. He was in the 8th desolate heaven of the celestial being realm. Half a year ago, This level of cultivation was not considered weak to Ling Xiao. But today, in his eyes, it was like a clown. This person did not wait for Ji Mingxing to speak. He had already jumped onto the stage and unsheathed the sword in his hand. Ji Mingxing did not stop him. He did not know much about Ling Xiao's strength. If someone was willing to test the waters for him, it would not be a bad idea. "What's your name?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. "You don't deserve to know my name. When you are about to die, I will tell you." The person laughed coldly. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. He did not know where he got his courage from. "Is that so? Then I won't ask." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had no intention of unsheathing his sword. He did not even need to make a move against this trash. "All right. If you don't want to make a move, I will." The person roared and shook the long sword in his hand. A clear sword light pierced through the air and pierced towards Ling Xiao's vital point. The sword light trembled and there was a trace of coldness. "Your talent is not bad. If you cultivate steadily for 10 or 20 years, you will probably become a powerhouse in a grotto heaven. Unfortunately, you are too stupid." Ling Xiao shook his head gently, and still did not make a move. The opponent's sword finally pierced his body. The blooming sword light stopped at that moment. On the sword, a black shadow quickly spiraled up like a maggot. It moved from the sword to his arm and then to his entire body. "No! What kind of sorcery is this?" No one saw Ling Xiao make a move. Because Ling Xiao did not make a move at all. The 9th profound of the Shadow Profound, Shadow Child. This was the ability to control shadows. Although Ling Xiao did not make a move, his shadow had already made a move. At this moment, the martial artist was entangled by a pitch-black shadow. His neck was strangled by a palm-like shadow. He could not move at all. His face was gradually turning pale. Ling Xiao had not been in seclusion for such a long time for nothing. He had already comprehended the 10th profound of the light and shadow profound. Moreover, he had already mastered it. It was just that every profound had countless uses. For example, he could use the 9th profound of the shadow profound in various ways to finally destroy his opponent without using other martial arts. This was the terrifying part of the light and shadow profound. Each kind of Upanishad was more like a complete set of martial arts with a system, which could be strengthened as the warrior's cultivation base increased and his understanding of the Upanishad increased. The use of Shadow Child this time was just a small test, but it had already rendered the 8 Desolation Heaven martial artists in front of him unable to fight back. "I beg you, please spare me. I was too talkative. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." At this moment, the martial artist finally understood why so many experts chose to remain silent in the face of Ling Xiao's arrogant actions. Obviously, they were not fools. They all knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He was the only fool who dared to stand out and provoke Ling Xiao. "You should have heard of my character. I will not let go of anyone who dares to say the word kill to me under normal circumstances. As for you, you are just too trashy. I can't even muster the slightest bit of killing intent. I'll just cripple your cultivation as a lesson." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the martial artist. Then, in front of everyone, he destroyed the martial artist's heavenly veins. "No!" This scream was because of pain and also because of regret. Why did he attack for Ji Mingxing? It was because he wanted to curry favor with Ji Mingxing. He chose the wrong person to curry favor with, so he naturally had to pay the price. Chapter 1326. Ji Mingxing, he seems to be one of your men. Besides, outside the city, there was an ignorant fellow who tried to kill my celestial empire's citizens. In the end, he was killed by me. He also said that he was one of your men. In that case, I've already killed 2 of your lackeys. You're not going to take revenge?" Ling Xiao looked at Ji Mingxing with contempt and said, "Didn't you boast that you're a once-in-a-century genius in Sky Dragon Continent? Could it be that you're afraid of me today?" Provocation. An undisguised provocation. Ji Mingxing said that he was a once-in-a-century genius in Sky Dragon Continent. He said that Ling Xiao was not as good as him. Now, Ling Xiao had killed Ji Mingxing's men and provoked him in front of so many people. How should Ji Mingxing respond? Everyone looked at the arrogant figure on the high platform. Many people hated him. Many people wished for him to die. Looking at his arrogant look, they wished they could kill him with their own hands. But no one moved. To be exact, no one dared to move. Ling Xiao dared to do so because he had his own backing. His peers were not as strong as him. His older generation's experts were not as strong as his women. Who dared to provoke him? Ji Mingxing gnashed his teeth in hatred. His whole body was trembling with hatred, but he did not dare to make a move. From Ling Xiao snatching Feng Minglian and crippling the martial artist just now, he could tell that Ling Xiao was stronger than him. So he did not dare to make a move. Once he made a move and lost, he would die. Ling Xiao was already extremely disgusted with him. He hated him to the bone. He did not want to throw his life away. Is this the so-called #1 genius in Sky Dragon Continent? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed madly. His voice was very loud, filled with mockery and sarcasm. Today, whether you fight or not, you won't be able to escape death. Why don't you just stand out like a man? Celebrity Huang Zi, kill him! Kill him! Kill that guy who overestimates himself! Such a shameless person, don't let him live. What a load of nonsense! Use your sword to prove your strength! The audience began to shout loudly. Many people couldn't stand Ling Xiao humiliating Ji Mingxing to his face. After all, most of the people who came here were Ji Mingxing's friends. However, what they didn't know was that their shouts were nothing more than knowledge placing Ji Mingxing on the stake. Ji Mingxing's expression became particularly interesting. He once couldn't wait to see Ling Xiao, and then kill Ling Xiao to prove the fact that he was the #1 genius of the Sky Dragon Continent. Furthermore, earlier, he had boasted in front of these people that he was a genius rarely seen in 100 years. In other words, no one would be able to surpass him in the next 100 years. Ling Xiao was 17 years old, so he was naturally one of the people he mentioned. Now, Ling Xiao was standing in front of him, challenging him. What should he do? To fight or not to fight? Ji Mingxing fell into an extremely anxious and chaotic state. The eagerness in the crowd's eyes gradually became anxious. Could it be that Ji Mingxing was really not as good as Ling Xiao? At this moment, the Great Sun Sector Lord spoke. Ling Xiao, no matter what your goal is, today is my disciple Ji Mingxing's big day. Who is the #1 in the Sky Dragon Continent can be decided in the future. Today, as the groom, it is not suitable for him to fight. And you, don't be stupid, quickly hand over Feng Minglian. The Great Sun Sector Lord's words were filled with a strong threat and chilling intent. Ling Xiao didn't pick any other day to come, but chose to appear today. This made him extremely angry, and he wished he could kill this guy with one palm. However, his sharp senses and years of experience in the Jianghu told him that Ling Xiao dared to do this because he had something to rely on. Once he made a move, it would be unstoppable. The day of the wedding? Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Old man, ask Feng Minglian if she agreed to marry him. Whether Feng Minglian agrees or not, what does it have to do with you? Ji Mingxing shouted angrily. He was the angriest today, and the one who lost the most face. What does it have to do with me? Fine, then I will tell you. Feng Minglian is my senior brother Wu Xiang, the daughter of the Heavenly Empire's emperor. Since her mother doesn't care about her and wants to push her into the fire pit, then from today onwards she will return to her Wu surname and be called Wu Lian heir. Tell me, does this matter have anything to do with me? Ling Xiao replied loudly. These words shocked everyone even more. All along, the imperial family had been secretive about who Feng Minglian's father was. But today, they finally knew. Ling Xiao, don't mess around! Feng Minwu was anxious. Mess around? Monarch, I'm afraid you are the one messing around in this matter. Someone used an illusion on your niece, trying to force himself on her. Aren't you angry at all? Don't tell me that you are also involved in this matter? Ling Zhao's words forced Feng Minwu into a dilemma. If Feng Minwu admitted that he knew about illusions, then his reputation would be ruined. Adding to the matter with Ji Ning half a year ago, his position as monarch would come to an end. If he didn't admit it, then he would become an enemy of the great Sun Boundary Lord, and even have to deal with Ji Mingxing. What a sinister brat. Feng Mingwu's eyes turned and he instantly had an idea. Since I already know about this matter, I will definitely investigate it. If this matter is true, then I will not forgive Ji Mingxing and the great Sun Boundary Lord. However, I can't just rely on Lian Er's one-sided words to frame a good person. Feng Minwu chose not to help anyone and chose to smooth things over. This was the smartest thing he could do. So Monarch doesn't even believe your own niece. Since you don't care about this matter, then I will. Monarch, please don't interfere in what happens next. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause some displeasure. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I said I will investigate this matter. Feng Minwu felt that he had lost all his face, and his face gradually darkened. What's there to investigate? If Feng Minglian wasn't your niece, and not someone with human blood, but your own daughter, would you still say that? I'm afraid you would angrily slap the person who dared to force your daughter to death, right? Ling Xiao actually didn't give Feng Minwu any face. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. In the capital of Divine Phoenix Empire, he actually dared to not give Feng Minwu any face. Just how daring was this Ling Xiao? He was too arrogant. The two of you don't need to argue. This king has already investigated this matter. It was indeed done by the great Sun Boundary Lord and Ji Mingxing. Monarch didn't participate. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was actually Feng Yishan. Feng Yishan had always been waiting for this opportunity. Last time, it was Ji Ning's incident that allowed Feng Yishan to gain a large amount of popularity. Almost all the citizens and martial artists in the divine capital knew that he, Feng Yishan, was a fair and impartial person. Also, because of that incident, Feng Yishan took the opportunity to place his own men in the army and gained a lot. Today, Feng Minwu made another mistake. Feng Yishan naturally had to stand up. Chapter 1327. The only thing Feng Yishan had right now was his popularity. After the Dragon Phoenix selection, it would be the Divine Phoenix Empire's general election. Before that, he definitely had to do a few spectacular things. Today, he was here again to pave the way for his future. Ling Xiao was very cooperative. With Feng Yishan drawing the fire for him, he was extremely happy. So he has the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince behind him, the Fire Phoenix tribe. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's arrogant because he's in the right. The great Sun Realm Lord is really muddle-headed. How could he do such a stupid thing for his disciple? Sigh, what celebrity Phoenix, Dragon Phoenix, I think he's just a scum trying to climb up the social ladder. The direction of the crowd's discussion instantly changed. Feng Yinshan's words were indeed more useful than Ling Zhao's. Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, even though this old man has gone a little overboard, but regarding this wedding, the elders of both sides have given their consent. It's only because that Feng Minglian refuses to comply that this old man came up with this plan. It's not that I want to make an enemy out of Divine Phoenix Empire. At this moment, the great Sun Realm Lord had no choice but to explain. Otherwise, he would really lose his integrity in his later years. If she doesn't comply, we can discuss it. It's not appropriate to do this. Fortunately, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it. Feng Minglian said with a smile. Forget about it? Ling Zhao's sword-shaped brows knit together as he said coldly. Phoenix cry immeasurable, last time, you protected Sikong Zun in all aspects with the intention of clearing his name. Today, you're clearing the name of this shameless pair of old and young. Could it be that you're the mastermind behind all of this? If it was anyone else, Ling Xiao really wouldn't care and wouldn't help them like this. But the one being bullied was his senior brother's daughter. His biological daughter. His senior brother treated him like a brother, and saved his life time and time again. Now, he was even in charge of the heavenly empire for him. If he couldn't even protect his senior brother's daughter, then how could he talk about deep feelings? How could he be a good brother? You! Feng Ming Wuliang was actually rendered speechless by him. Feng Yingshan didn't say anything. He had already said what he needed to say. Now, he just needed to watch the show. Brat, what do you want? The great Sun Realm Lord roared. He could also see that neither Feng Ming Limitless nor Feng Yishan could suppress this Ling Xiao. The root of the problem was still with this brat, so he could only make things difficult for him. You're asking me what I want to do? Ling Xiao looked at the great Sun Realm Lord and revealed a cold smile. He said in a clear voice, Old man, you and I have never had any conflict before. However, the first thing you and your disciple did after arriving at the Divine Phoenix capital was to cripple my good friend Haim Myung Ko's cultivation. And today, you shamelessly used illusions to try and force my senior brother's daughter to marry a shameless and cowardly person. What do you think I want to do? Even now, you still don't understand? I'm going to kill Jimingxing to teach you a lesson. You don't need to look at Feng Ming Wuliang, nor do you need to look at Feng Yishan. They won't interfere in today's matter. They won't help me, and they won't help you. If you want to kill me, go ahead and try. I guarantee that you and your master will both die here. Threat! It was an undisguised threat. Even an idiot could understand the meaning behind it. He wanted to kill Jimingxing in front of the Great Sun Realm Lord. If the Great Sun Realm Lord insisted on interfering, then he would kill the Great Sun Realm Lord as well. As for why Feng Ming Wuliang and Feng Yishan wouldn't interfere, it was easy to understand. Feng Yishan definitely wouldn't help the Great Sun Realm Lord, and Ling Xiao didn't need his help. Feng Ming Wuliang was a monarch and Feng Ming Lian's uncle. If he helped the Great Sun Realm Lord, then there was no need to wait for the selection. His monarch position would quickly change hands. Of course, it was impossible for him to help Ling Xiao. Hence, the two of them would only watch and wouldn't make a move. Today's matter was between Ling Xiao and Jimingxing. This guy was too daring. Not only did he dare to threaten the Great Sun Realm Lord, he didn't even put the monarch and heir of the Divine Phoenix capital in his eyes. Just how powerful was he? To be honest, apart from Feng Ming Wuliang, the Great Sun Realm Lord, and Feng Yishan, Ling Xiao didn't care about any of the other martial artists here today. And Feng Yishan was now his ally. As for Feng Ming Wuliang and the Great Sun Realm Lord, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Moon Maiden whose cultivation had greatly improved. Unless Feng Ming Xiao or the old ancestor of the Divine Phoenix race who appeared in Sin City that day acted, the Moon Maiden could kill these two at any time. But Feng Ming Xiao was far away in the White Tiger continent. That old ancestor probably wouldn't act because of such a small matter. Moreover, Ling Xiao was still upholding justice for their clan's Feng Ming Lian. Ling Xiao had calculated everything very clearly. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant because of ignorance. Instead, he had calculated everything. Brother Ling, although you are the Heavenly Dragon King, you can't be so arrogant and overbearing. No matter what, the Celestial Emperor has already said that he will investigate thoroughly. What should be dealt with will naturally be dealt with. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Perhaps he really couldn't stand Ling Xiao's arrogance. Or perhaps it was because he had become sworn brothers with Jimingxing. Kong Ming of the Peacock race slowly stood up, and said with a cold gaze, If you must act, don't forget that Ping Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and I are all sworn brothers of the celebrity Huang Zi. Do you want to offend us as well? Looks like your Peacock race still hasn't learned your lesson after Kong he was crippled. If you want to help, feel free to attack. You four sworn brothers can attack together. Let me see how powerful you really are. Then, he looked at the young disciples of the Phoenix Academy who were glaring angrily at him. He laughed coldly and said, And you guys, if you're not convinced, feel free to attack. I haven't shown my face for half a year, and it seems like some people have already forgotten the pain. They really have forgotten how terrifying I, Ling Xiao, am. A domineering reply. If you're not convinced, come at me together. I, Ling Xiao, want to kill Jimingxing. I'm arrogant and condescending. What can you do about it? Ling Xiao had no need to give these people face. He was a disciple of Qingshu College. These people were disciples of the Phoenix Academy, and they were like fire and water. Moreover, they were in cahoots with Jimingxing, so he didn't want to attack them too much. However, if these people didn't know how to respect themselves and insisted on being enemies with him, so what if he attacked? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Kong Ming's expression turned ugly. Ling Xiao was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. He didn't even give him any face. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to say that he would teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Although he was stronger than Kong he might not be stronger than Ling Xiao. It had been half a year, and no one knew how strong Ling Xiao had become. Trash. Just sit there and admit defeat. Don't try to stand up for me. If you're not convinced, you can attack me now. I'll make you disappear from the Jianghu just like Kong He. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of letting Kong Ming off the hook. Since Kong Ming had shown his face, he naturally had to teach him a lesson. Chapter 13:28. Don't push me too far. Kong Ming's face was ashen, and his body was trembling. His rage had almost made him lose all reason. Push me too far? So what if I'm bullying a piece of trash like you? You don't even know what you're worth, yet you dare to stand up for someone else? Without the peacock race, you're worthless. Scram! Ling Xiao had no interest in killing Kong Ming, as there was no point in doing so. He had no grudge with this person, so letting him go was fine. But if this fellow didn't know what was good for him and insisted on standing up for Jimingxing, then he wouldn't be polite. The sword in his hand didn't have eyes. Kong Ming naturally wouldn't leave. Although he was very afraid of Ling Xiao, if he left now, he would never be able to raise his head again in the peacock race. Martial artists nowadays regarded face as more important than their lives. You're not leaving? What about the rest of you? Weren't you all clamoring for Jimingxing to kill me? Why aren't you saying anything now? Ling Xiao scanned the so-called young geniuses in the VIP seats, and sneered disdainfully. These people were all older than him, but their cultivation and strength were inferior to his. For them to stand up for Jimingxing was truly asking for death. The young geniuses in the VIP seats all had nasty expressions. They were unhappy that Ling Xiao was looking down on them, but they didn't dare to stand up for him. Ling Xiao's attack just now had already demonstrated his strength. Without even attacking, he had crippled a martial artist of the 8 Desolation Heaven level. Amongst these people, they were only at the 8 Desolation Heaven level. Many of them were even weaker than the one who had just been crippled. Who would dare to provoke him? Compared to face, their lives were clearly more important. Ling Xiao had dared to kill the Righteous Alliance's Jia Yun and Jia Lin, and he had even dared to destroy Xikong Zun, and he had done so right in front of Emperor Lord Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. If he wanted to kill these people who didn't have many backers, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping over his hand? What they were thinking right now was not to challenge Ling Xiao, but to use their advantage in numbers to eliminate Ling Xiao. What kind of morality was there to talk about with someone like Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao, when it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Don't push your luck. Jia Tianfeng also spoke. After all, Kong Ming and Ping Yu had already spoken. If he did not speak up, he would be too cowardly. Give me an inch and I want a mile? When Jimingxing crippled Han Miankeo and tried to kill her, who said that he was insatiable? Now you're telling me this? Bullshit. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Jia Tianfeng and said, Cut the crap. If you are not convinced, you can come and stop me. I hope you are stronger than Jia Yun. Otherwise, the Jia clan will have to accept another godson. Jia Tianfeng said indifferently, Ling Xiao, you are indeed strong. You might even be stronger than those who are ranked at the bottom of the 10 Phoenix Sons. However, one cannot be too arrogant. You are not provoking me alone, nor is it just the celebrity Huang Zi alone. You are provoking hundreds of young talents from the Phoenix Academy here. Can you afford this trouble? Saying so much bullshit is just to find an excuse for you to use your advantage in numbers to deal with me. You don't have to find so many excuses. If you want to attack, all of you can come at me together," Ling Xiao said coldly. This sentence made Jiao Tianfeng's face turn gloomy. This Ling Xiao was really too arrogant. He didn't believe that hundreds of people couldn't defeat one Ling Xiao. Unless Ling Xiao was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, he would definitely die if he was besieged by so many people. However, Ling Xiao was clearly not a reckless person. Did he have something to rely on for him to dare to say that? For a moment, everyone fell silent. These people clearly hated Ling Xiao to the bone, but they didn't dare to attack. There were people from the Great Ping race, the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, and even the descendants of nobles and officials. There was also the mighty Emperor Feng Ming the Immeasurable, the old senior of the Celestial Dragon Continent, the Great Sun Realm Lord. Any one of these people was a person that no one dared to provoke. But now, they had met Ling Xiao. This madman who didn't even care about Emperor Feng Ming the Immeasurable. Not only was this fellow extremely strong, but he was also unmatched in the younger generation. Most frightening of all was that he was a close ally of the Crown Prince, Feng Yishan. Behind him was that peerless expert, the Moon Lady, who was as beautiful as a fairy. It wasn't that they didn't want to touch Ling Xiao, but that they didn't dare to. Ling Xiao, I don't believe that you dare to kill me in front of the Emperor and my master. Ji Mingxing finally spoke. He knew that he had to say something. But what he got in return was Ling Xiao's disdainful smile. You can be considered of the bloodline of the Sage Emperor, but when the sacred dynasty was trampled by the iron hooves of the true demon's empire, where were you and where was your master? Ling Xiao disdainfully said. You and your master, that old bastard, are all jackals of the same tribe, the same kind of trash. You have no home or country, and you're all extremely selfish. You'll do anything to achieve your goals. A scum like you even dared to harm my friend. If I don't kill you, how can I face their support? You say that I don't dare to kill you in front of them? Even those who understand me a little wouldn't say such foolish words. You can ask Feng Ming the Immeasurable how Sikong Zun died. The terrifying killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes made Ji Mingxing involuntarily take 2 steps back. He was truly afraid. This Ling Xiao was a madman. In this world, there seemed to be nothing that he was afraid of. It turned out that the rumors weren't false. It was the truth. This Ling Xiao wouldn't give face to anyone. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would have to die. It was just a matter of time. Ji Mingxing was now filled with regret. He originally thought that he could firmly suppress Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao appeared, he would not be afraid. So he dared to ruthlessly kill Haim Myungkeo. If not for Feng Qingyan stopping him, Haim Myungkeo would already be a corpse. Today, when Ling Xiao appeared, he suddenly realized how insignificant he was. He was the disciple of the great Sun Realm Lord, Feng Mingxiao's godson, and Feng Mingxiao's future son-in-law. He was the celebrity Huang Zi, a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. But Ling Xiao actually dared to kill him. And no one dared to stop him. He looked at his master in despair. In this place, only his master could save him. All these years, whenever he did something wrong, his master would clean up for him. When he defiled a junior sister from another sect and was chased around the world, it was his master who came to destroy that sect. When he stole someone's Dharma treasure and was chased around the world, it was his master who killed the pursuers. When he was heartbroken, he slaughtered tens of thousands of people in a city. It was his master who covered up for him and pushed the blame to the sea race. Now, he provoked Ling Xiao. His master should still stand up for him. His master was the great Sun Realm Lord. He would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. No matter who was behind Ling Xiao, they were not as powerful as his master. Master, save me! This cry completely shattered the crowd's fantasies. They completely looked down on Ji Mingxing. Chapter 1329. Everyone's hopes for Ji Mingxing were completely dashed. They originally thought that Ji Mingxing didn't want to kill people on his wedding day. But now, they understood. Ji Mingxing was scared. Like a coward, he turned around and asked his master for help. Tianlong Continent's #1 genius? Bullshit. A once-in-a-century talent? Bullshit. An existence stronger than Ling Xiao? Even more bullshit. Such a person couldn't even muster up the will to fight in front of Ling Xiao. How could he be considered a genius? He wasn't even worthy of being called a genius. He was simply trash. He looked beautiful but was actually useless trash raised in a greenhouse. Now, everyone understood that Long Chen's words were right. How could Ji Mingxing defeat Haim Myongkeo? If Haim Myongkeo hadn't shown mercy and given him a chance to launch a sneak attack, how could he have crippled Haim Myongkeo? Who was the real genius? When a fake met the real thing, the comparison was very obvious. No matter how gorgeous or exquisite a fake was, it was still a fake. Compared to the real thing, it was completely meaningless. Today's wedding will end here. If you want to watch the show, you can stand to the side. If you don't want to die, don't stay in the VIP seats. I, Ling Xiao, am not a bloodthirsty person. Seeing that some of you were fooled by Ji Mingxing's flowery words, I'll give you a chance. Ling Xiao was indeed not a bloodthirsty person. When he killed people, it was either to kill or to kill for a reason. As for those trash, as long as they didn't go against him, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. I'm only here because of the Ice Phoenix clan. It has nothing to do with Ji Mingxing. I won't interfere in your matters. Finally, someone chose to leave. And the reason was pertinent. After all, the one who married Ji Mingxing was Feng Minglian of the Ice Phoenix clan. Me too. With the first, there was a second. In an instant, the originally packed VIP seats were reduced from hundreds of people to just over 20. Of course, this included the Monarch Phoenix Cry Limitless and the Great Sun Realm Lord. The two of them would not leave. They were not afraid of Ling Xiao. Hee, not bad, there are still 26 people who are willing to support you. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, looked at Feng Ming Wuliang and said, Monarch, please step aside, lest we fight later and hurt your dragon body. That wouldn't be good. These words sounded like concern, but there was also a hint of threat. His meaning was very clear. Don't think that you can be safe and sound just because you are a monarch. If they really fought, it was possible that you would be killed. Feng Ming Wuliang trembled with anger. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao, but he also felt some regret. Choosing to be enemies with Ling Xiao instead of trying to win over Ling Xiao was the stupidest thing he had ever done. Who knew that there was such a powerful figure behind Ling Xiao? You can't even hurt me, yet you want to hurt the emperor? Standing beside Feng Ming Wuliang was one of his guards. A half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Without a doubt, such a guard was indeed very strong. He was stronger than most of the so-called young talents present. Reckless thing, if your leader Feng Ming Dehai was here, it would be fine to say this, but you are not worthy at all. Get lost! Even cats and dogs dared to come out and clamor. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for Feng Ming Wuliang, a mere half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm guard was nothing in his eyes. He actually dared to speak to him like this. You want me to get lost? The guard was furious to the extreme. He had long found Ling Xiao an eyesore. It was fine if he did not give face to Ji Mingxing, but he actually did not give face to the monarch. As the monarch's guard, how could he tolerate it? Half a year ago, he knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 9th level. Even if half a year had passed, he really did not believe that Ling Xiao could break through to the half-stepped Grotto Heaven realm. With his experience and cultivation, he could definitely crush Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Wuliang knew what the guard meant, but he did not stop him. He also wanted to see how much Ling Xiao had improved in half a year. The previous martial artist was unable to force Ling Xiao to use his methods. Now was the key. The guard roared, stomped his foot, and leaped into the air. In his fury, he drew the saber at his waist and slashed at Ling Xiao with an aura that could split heaven and earth. Those who humiliate the monarch will be killed without mercy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Other than that, he had no other thoughts. Ling Xiao gently shook his head when he saw the figure that was flying through the air. Why was there always someone who wanted to court death? He did not release any sword intent. There was no sword chi. Ling Xiao gently pointed at the air, and a thumb-sized red sun all formed at his fingertip. It felt like a casual strike. The red light instantly became extremely bright, and then whistled through the air. Chi, the thumb-sized red sun all did not seem to have much lethality. However, in just an instant, it pierced through the guard's protective true essence, broke through his saber chi, and pierced his throat. The guard's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. How terrifying! Countless people were terrified. Facing a half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, Ling Xiao had killed him on the spot with a casual strike. Not only did he not give any face to Feng Ming Wuliang, but he also erupted with astonishing strength. Now, everyone understood that Ling Xiao's cultivation had probably advanced to the Grotto Heaven Realm. At the very least, he was the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to kill a half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Everyone now understood. Ling Xiao's madness and arrogance were not only because he had a strong backing, but also because of his terrifying strength. Without any backing, Ling Xiao was not afraid of anyone of the same age. This was his strength, his capital. A dignified Celestial Emperor's guard had been killed in one strike. No one had even seen Ling Xiao's other moves. So what if he's the Celestial Emperor's guard? If he doesn't have eyes, I'll still kill him. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming Wuliang indifferently. If not for his fear of the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix clan, Ling Xiao would have asked the Moon Maiden to kill Feng Ming Wuliang. Although he had survived the calamity half a year ago, and had even killed Sikong Zun, the mastermind behind the scenes was still living a carefree life. One of the masterminds was Feng Ming Wuliang. Feng Ming Wuliang's expression was very ugly, but he did not do anything. He just coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You very good. Of course I'm good. Don't blame me, Celestial Emperor." He asked for it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Lianer, come back with me." Feng Ming Wuliang no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at Feng Ming Lian. "I won't go back. I'm going to find my father. He definitely won't treat me like this." Feng Ming Lian had never seen her father since she was young, but she looked forward to seeing him. The reason was actually very simple. She had not been happy since she was young. Ever since Feng Ming Xiao was baptized by the Divine Phoenix Holy Light, he had either beaten or scolded her. He had not given her any care at all. The only nanny who had been very good to her was also killed by Feng Ming Xiao because she was too close to her. Chapter 1330. To Feng Minglian, her childhood was a nightmare, and her mother was a demon. Therefore, even though she had never seen her father, she still had some expectations. Her father was better than Feng Ming Xiao, her demon-like mother. After seeing Ling Xiao today, she became even more anxious about this idea. If Ling Xiao was like this, his senior brother should not be a heartless person. "Aren't you afraid that your mother will be angry if you don't go back?" Feng Minglian threatened. Feng Minglian fell silent. She looked at Ling Xiao, not knowing what to say. She knew very well how powerful her mother was. "What are you afraid of? I'll take care of everything," Ling Xiao said loudly. "Feng Mei Xiao is only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. She's not invincible." Hearing this voice, Feng Minglian felt as if she had been released. For a long time, anyone who had a good relationship with her would end up in a tragic life. Some were done by her mother, and some were done by the Ice Phoenix tribe. In short, she spent every day in a nightmare. She did not dare to truly love, nor did she dare to make friends. She could only live in the darkness, at the mercy of others. Today, Ling Xiao brought her hope. "Lianer, you're on your own now." Feng Minglian waved his hand and left. He could not interfere in today's matter. Instead of staying here and being bullied, he might as well leave. However, before leaving, he still warned Ling Xiao. I don't want to see the corpse of the celebrity, Wang Zi. He is my adopted son. After saying that, he left. He left the problem to Ling Xiao. Of course, this was Feng Minglian's problem. He thought that if he left, Ling Xiao would be troubled and would not dare to do anything to Ji Mingxing. This meant that he still did not understand Ling Xiao. When he returned to Divine Phoenix Capital this time, Ling Xiao's main target for revenge was him, Phoenix Cry immeasurable. Did he really think that no one would dare to find trouble with him just because he was an emperor? In this world, there really were lunatics who were not afraid of death. Feng Ming Wuliang left. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. He glanced at the great Sun Realm Lord and the others in the VIP seats and said, Today, I came here for a friend. I must kill Ji Mingxing. No one can stop me. Be it the Emperor or anyone else, no one can stop me from attacking Ji Mingxing. He had done something he shouldn't have, so he had to pay the price. He must die. With this old man here, you can't kill him. The great Sun Realm Lord finally had no choice but to stand out. After all, the one who was about to be killed was his disciple, so he had to step in. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. What's more, he had raised Ji Mingxing since he was a child and had already treated him as his own son. Who could stand by and watch his own son get killed? I don't think so. A cold and arrogant voice came from the mouth of the fairy who was as hazy as the moon. She appeared in front of the great Sun Realm Lord and calmly stared at him. There was no killing intent, no battle intent. However, it was filled with an irresistible aura. Moon Maiden. The expression on the great Sun Realm Lord's old face was extremely unsightly. He should have thought about it. Ling Xiao dared to provoke him and the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang. If he didn't have such a strong backer, he wouldn't have done so. Because Ling Xiao wasn't a fool. Everything he did seemed reckless, but in reality it was all planned out. You have spoken too much nonsense. Ji Mingxing, you have lived for too long. It's time for you to die. Ling Xiao no longer looked at the great Sun Realm Lord. With the Moon Maiden around, the great Sun Realm Lord wouldn't be able to stop him. Ling Xiao, you can't kill me. I'm the descendant of the Saint Emperor. I'm incomparably noble. I'm of the Orthodox lineage. If you kill me, the world will say that you are cruel and heartless. You will become a tyrant in the eyes of the world. Ji Mingxing panicked. He retreated while shouting loudly. Tyrant? So what? If a benevolent ruler doesn't even have the courage to take revenge for his friend, I'd rather not be one. Ling Xiao raised his hand. The subterranean shadow sword emitted cold killing intent as it pierced towards Ji Mingxing's body. At that instant, Ji Mingxing actually felt that death was so close to him. Stop! Man! The great Sun Realm Lord roared in rage. Ping Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming sighed. Everyone stared at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. He actually dared to attack. After being threatened by the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang, he still dared to do this. What did he want to do? Although they didn't know the answer to this question, they were very clear that Ji Mingxing was finished. No one could stop Ling Xiao, not even the great Sun Realm Lord. The others didn't dare to stop him. Whoever stops him, I will take him as my disciple and impart to him my lifetime's ultimate technique. At this moment, the great Sun Realm Lord roared loudly. He had no choice but to do so because the Moon Lady was staring at him. He couldn't do anything and could only borrow the strength of those around him. Ping Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming didn't move. But there were still over 10 Heaven Realm martial artists who were at least 10 directions Heaven Realm that made a move. To them, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. It was a great opportunity and they didn't want to let it go. Moreover, they also thought that with over 10 people joining forces, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he might not be their match. Moreover, wasn't there still the celebrity Wang Zi? However, Ping Yu, who understood Ling Xiao the most, had an ugly expression. He was very clear that since Ling Xiao dared to provoke all of them, it meant that he had the ability to kill all of them. All of you want to die. All right, I will grant you your wish. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His sword lightly drew a line in the air, and a huge shadow crocodile pounced towards the crowd, charging towards him in the darkness. Void Shadow Crocodile, kill! At that moment, time and space seemed to have frozen. The crowd stared at Ling Xiao's sword with their mouths agape. Plain and ordinary? No, it was strange and unpredictable. The move wasn't flashy, but the effect it brought was too shocking. Everyone, including Ji Mingxing, dropped their heads uniformly. On Ji Mingxing's round head, the pair of eyes gradually lost their spirit. His body had already landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, he actually seemed so small and insignificant. Ling Xiao's sword was just a casual move and killed him. The difference in strength was imaginable. Celebrity Huang Zi? Looks like the quality of Divine Phoenix Empire's Huang Zi is getting worse and worse. Ling Xiao kept his sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of sympathy in his cold eyes. Everyone looked at this young man in horror. Too strong. Too arrogant. Today was the wedding day between the celebrity, Huang Zi, and Princess Lianer. This was a wedding bestowed by the Emperor, Feng Ming Immeasurable. The whole city knew about it, and was bustling with noise and excitement. Even the standard was not lower than a prince's wedding. But in the end, the grand wedding was completely disrupted by a sword. This sword, in this wedding, slaughtered 18 lives, including the famous celebrity, Huang Zi, Ji Mingxing. What everyone saw was Ling Xiao's domineering arrogance and fearlessness. He was a real genius who rose up proudly. Chapter 1331. In front of the great Sun World Lord and Phoenix Cry Limitless, he ruined a grand wedding of the royal family. This wasn't just a slap to the faces of the nobles present. It was even a slap to the monarch's face. The entire place was silent as if it was a dead city. Everyone looked at the 18 corpses on the ground and their hearts were beating violently. These were all disciples of the Phoenix Academy. 18 martial artists with a cultivation of 10 directions and above were actually killed by Ling Xiao so easily. Many people had heard of Ling Xiao's various feats, and knew that Ling Xiao was the Celestial Emperor who overthrew the true Demon Empire and created the Celestial Empire. However, those things were only rumors after all. They might not be true. But today, they saw a domineering Celestial Emperor who dared to kill for his own people. He dared to offend the monarch for his friends. Only this kind of domineering was worthy of the title, Celestial Emperor. And all the halos on Ji Mingxing were all on Ling Xiao. He was the #1 genius of the Celestial Dragon continent. He was a rare elite that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Many people's hearts were trembling. They thought of a very terrifying possibility. Ling Xiao dared to kill Ji Mingxing now. Would he dare to kill the monarch Feng Ming Wu Liang in the future? No, he would definitely dare to do that. This guy had no fear at all. Feng Ninshan had already disappeared at some point. He had already done what he had to do. He knew that today was destined to not be peaceful, so he chose to secretly observe the development of this matter. The great Sun Realm Lord's cold eyes revealed a strong killing intent. However, he didn't move. Because he knew that if he moved, he would also die. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He didn't believe that the Moon Maiden could protect Ling Xiao forever. Ling Xiao, you will pay the price. He turned around and flew into the air. He wanted to gather all his friends in the pugilistic world and issue an order to kill Ling Xiao. At all costs. However, in midair, his body suddenly split into two. The shadow of death enveloped his entire body. You guys don't play by the rules! At the moment of his death, the great Sun Realm Lord still didn't dare to believe that the Moon Maiden had actually killed him. He had no intention of holding back at all. Idiot! Ling Xiao calmly glanced at the great Sun Realm Lord. With a wave of his hand, a black shadow soared through the air and took the interspatial ring from the great Sun Realm Lord. This old man had roamed the Jianghu for dozens of years. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. Sister Yuanu, let's go back. After killing Ji Mingxing, Ling Xiao had finished what he came here for. There was no need for him to stay any longer. The crowd parted for him. No one dared to stop them. Ji Mingxing was killed. The great Sun Realm Lord had been killed. Only a fool would fight against such a demon. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the Holy Sun's mansion, he saw a group of thousands of armed soldiers on the street. Under the Emperor's orders, we are here to capture the traitor Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Wuliang actually gave such an order? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer coldly. It seemed that Feng Ming Wuliang had called for reinforcements and was prepared to kill him in one fell swoop. That old man is here. The Moon Maiden looked up at the sky. A powerful aura spread across the sky. Sister Yuanu, go and meet him. Remember not to get hurt. Ling Xiao smiled. Then what about you? There are so many of them. Can you deal with them? The Moon Maiden asked worriedly. So what if there are many of them? They are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Ling Xiao said calmly. Good-for-nothings? He actually said that the divine guards of justice under the Emperor were good-for-nothings? This was a powerful group of half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Although they were only outer members of the divine guards of justice, there were thousands of half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Even if Ling Xiao was at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, he wouldn't be their match. Moreover, Ling Xiao might not be that strong. Then be careful. The Moon Maiden nodded slightly and flew into the sky. Although she didn't know how Feng Ming Wuliang managed to get that old ancestor to help, the Moon Maiden had to meet him since that old man had come out of seclusion. Perhaps it was because of the thousands of divine guards of justice. In addition, the Moon Maiden's departure gave the young cultivators of the Phoenix Academy courage. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Longqin, and Cold Plum from behind. The air was filled with rage and cold murderous intent. No matter what, Ji Mingxing was a member of the Phoenix Academy. Moreover, she was the celebrity, Huang Zi. Ling Xiao killed just like that. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? Only Ping Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming didn't make a move immediately. They were still observing. Because no one knew what other trump cards Ling Xiao had. Ling Xiao looked at Boss Qian of the Divine Guards of Justice and revealed a contemptuous smile. Then, he looked at the disciples of the Phoenix Academy behind him, and the smile on his face became even brighter. There was an incomparable dominance in his arrogance. Feng Ming Wuliang, are you planning to make an enemy out of me? Ling Xiao said calmly. You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the Emperor? Boss Qian of the Divine Guards of Justice looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. He was the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. His subordinates were all half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. He didn't believe that with so many people, they couldn't kill Ling Xiao. It's not up to you whether I'm worthy or not, Ling Xiao said calmly. You might think that you're very powerful as a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, but you don't know how many cultivators like you I killed in the city of Sin. Boolsh *T. Ling Xiao, you're only relying on the Moon Lady. Now that she's gone, if you don't surrender, we'll kill you on the spot. In Boss Qian's opinion, the people who were rumored to be killed by Ling Xiao were all killed by the Moon Lady. This was the only explanation that made more sense. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He revealed a calm smile. It just so happened that he had comprehended the 7th profound meaning of light shadow. He wanted to test its power. The more enemies he encountered, the greater the power of this profound meaning. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the large number of enemies at all. Since they had completely fallen out, he would just kill them. He wanted to see how far Feng Ming Wuliang could go. Crown Prince of Hidden Mountain, the Divine Guards of Justice are rebelling and trying to kill a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. What do you think I should do? Ling Xiao looked at a restaurant in the distance. It was very high up. Feng Yishan was sitting next to the table, watching the development of the situation. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ling Xiao wanted him to express his attitude. Kill without mercy. His cold voice floated from the top of the restaurant. The Divine Guards of Justice are the secret army that protects the Divine Phoenix Empire. They have a respected status, but if they rebel, they will be killed. That's good. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't let Feng Yishan be idle. After all, he and Feng Yishan were allies. He had to use this advantage. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a good reason. In the future, no one would dare to say that he was wrong. Boss Qian's face instantly turned ashen. He glanced at the restaurant in the distance and said, "We're here on the Emperor's orders to capture Ling Xiao." Chapter 1332. What crime has Ling Xiao committed? Feng Yishan asked. I don't know, but we don't dare to disobey the Emperor's orders. Boss Qian replied. Do you have an imperial edict? Feng Yishan asked again. Only a verbal edict. Boss Qian replied. Then that's nonsense. It's even more heinous to frame the Emperor. Feng Yishan said coldly. His question had placed the divine guards of justice on the cusp of breaking the law and breaking the rules. Even though he clearly knew that it was indeed Phoenix Cries Boundless who had sent them, to attack a prince without an imperial edict was a heresy. He didn't say anything because the truth was already very obvious. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't become someone's tool. In the end, you'll still be destroyed. If you dare to make a move today, I won't show any mercy. You better think carefully and don't be stupid. His attitude was very clear. If the divine guards of justice withdrew, he wouldn't attack. However, if they attacked, he would kill without a doubt. Boss Qian's face was ashen. After a long silence, he finally made a decision. In the end, he still didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defy the heavens. With their strength and those people from the Phoenix Academy, it was definitely possible to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you only have two choices. Either you surrender and come back with us, or you die here. The Emperor's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Moreover, the divine guards of justice were never afraid of threats. It was just killing Ling Xiao, not the Moon Maiden. What were they afraid of? Get ready! Boss Qian waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! A long spear also appeared in the hands of the thousands of people behind him. Spears could be used in close combat, and could also be thrown. It was a very flexible weapon. And this weapon was also the standard weapon of the divine guards of justice. The long spears were aimed at Ling Xiao. Thousands of long spears were majestic, and a murderous aura enveloped the entire long street. Many people who were watching the show avoided them. This terrifying scene made them tremble in fear. Thousands of righteous divine guards. That was over 1,000 half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Coupled with their unique formation, their combined strength was simply terrifying. However, Ling Xiao stood there with a disdainful sneer on his lips, as if the pressure that filled the sky did not exist. Longchen, Cold Plum, you don't have to do anything. Leave these people to me. Ling Xiao stood there fearlessly like a god of war. Cold Plum withdrew her sword. Longchen was stunned for a moment before he retracted his dragon energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not make a move. He wanted to have a good reason to attack. He wanted to wait for the moment when the other party attacked and kill them all. Life or death. The choice is yours to make. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss Qian looked at Ling Xiao, his heart filled with shock. Was Ling Xiao really just putting on an act now? It didn't look like it. But what exactly did he rely on to be able to face the attack of thousands of righteous divine guards without batting an eyelid? Once the order to attack was given, there would be no chance to regret it. To kill or not to kill? Boss Lu, why haven't you given the order? Could it be that you are really afraid of Ling Xiao? Don't forget that you are a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Behind you are thousands of righteous divine guards. Just as Boss Qian was hesitating, a voice sounded. It was Ping Yu, the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. This voice was like a devil's temptation, instantly making Boss Lu make up his mind. Yes, what was he afraid of? He was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Behind him were thousands of half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm divine guards. There were also hundreds of young martial artists from the Phoenix Academy protecting him. He was fearless. His hesitant gaze instantly turned resolute. There was a strong murderous intent in his cold eyes. Kill. Boss Lu was the first to throw his spear, aiming at Ling Xiao. Kill. Thousands of divine guards roared at the same time. Thousands of spears tore through the air and shot toward Ling Xiao like venomous dragons chasing after souls. The sky was blotted out, and a whistling sound was heard. In the end, you chose death. There was no smile on Ling Xiao's face. All that was left was coldness, indifference to the enemy, and disdain for the enemy's choice. Boom! A dark shadow covered the sky. The crowd suddenly realized that the sky had turned dark. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was a huge shadow. The shadow covered an area of dozens of meters, causing the space to turn dark. The seventh profound meaning of shadow, dark sword realm. This was a move created by the fusion of the sword realm and the shadow profound meaning. It was the fusion of Ling Xiao's shadow profound meaning and swordsmanship. When the spears reached the dark shadow, they were instantly torn apart by the sharp sword aura, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. Those spears were not ordinary spears. The spears used by the righteous divine guards were all immortal-grade treasures. Yet they were completely destroyed by the terrifying dark sword realm. How terrifying and powerful was this tearing ability! What a terrifying move! What powerful strength! The crowd swallowed their saliva frantically. They were frightened and excited at the same time. They did not dare to blink, anticipating the complete battle. Thousands of righteous divine guards attacked with all their might, but they could not even scratch Ling Xiao's skin. Lu Qianzong's attack was also included. Lu Qianzong was the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, yet his attack was completely ineffective. How powerful was Ling Xiao? Looking at the dark sky, Lu Qianzong's heart twitched violently. How powerful was Ling Xiao? What had happened in the past 6 months? He did not know. But since the attack had been launched, there was no turning back. Ling Xiao had said that if he dared to attack, he would die. Kill! Let's kill him together! Lu Qianzong roared. He took the lead to draw his 3-foot-long sword and rushed forward. Since the spear formation could not do anything to Ling Xiao, they would crush him with their advantage in numbers. There were thousands of them. Moreover, their cultivation was not low. At the same time, behind Ling Xiao, many young warriors of the Phoenix Academy attacked at the same time. Ling Xiao's expression became even colder. In the dark sword realm, countless black sword shadows appeared and shot out mercilessly. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black sword shadows shot out. Every sword shadow added a corpse to the ground. A moment later, except for Lu Qianzong, the rest were all dead. Thousands of people. Gone just like that. And all of this happened in an instant. The onlookers felt their hearts racing. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded their expectations. With one move, he killed thousands of people. And these thousands of people, ranging from 7-star heavens to half-grotto heaven realm, were unable to resist at all. Just like that, they were killed by Ling Xiao's sword shadows. Who could stop him? Lu Qianzong? However, Lu Qianzong was also covered in injuries. Although he was not dead, he was scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao was not human at all. He was a demon god. At this moment, he realized that the rumors were true. They were indeed talking about Ling Xiao and not anyone else. Chapter 1333. The Divine Guards of Justice were just reserve soldiers. However, under the leadership of a first Grotto Heaven Realm Master Qian, thousands of them were killed instantly. At the same time, hundreds of so-called young elites of the Phoenix Academy were killed as well. And all of this was done by a 17-year-old boy. Countless people widened their eyes, unable to believe the truth in front of them. Do you regret it? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qianzong indifferently, his voice cold with a hint of mockery. It was your order that caused their deaths. If I were you, I would definitely die to atone for my sins. It's my fault. It's my fault. Lu Qianzong muttered in a daze. Ling Zhao's strength was completely beyond his expectations. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao was only at the 9th heaven half a year ago? Could it be that he broke through to the grotto heaven realm in half a year? Was that possible? It was impossible. The truth was right in front of him. What he couldn't accept the most was that he still couldn't figure out how strong Ling Zhao's cultivation was. The terrifying dark sword realm was too terrifying. The combination of the shadow profound meaning and the sword realm was a match made in heaven. No matter how many people there were, once they entered his sword realm, there was no chance of winning. Ling Xiao was the god of the dark sword realm. He was a demon god. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied with the dark sword realm that he used for the first time. Previously, he had only merged the two together, and then used the dummies in the illusion to test its power. But that was fake after all. Today, he had used the dark sword realm in real combat, and its power surprised him. It was indeed a profound meaning unique skill left behind by a human king. It seemed that if he continued to comprehend it at this pace, he would become even more powerful. The dark sword realm was already so terrifying. What about the even more terrifying light sword realm? How powerful would the fusion of the red sun power and the sword realm be? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, there was no one here who was worthy of him using the light sword realm. There was a saying in the underworld that once one reached the grotto heaven realm, the human wave tactic would be useless. That was because all grotto heaven realm martial artists had their own grotto heaven realm. Once the enemy entered it, they would be completely at a disadvantage. No matter how many came, they would all die. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had completely magnified this advantage. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and recalled the things that Ling Xiao had done in the past. They all felt an intense reverence for this young man. I'd rather offend the royal family than Ling Xiao. Such words were widely spread in the imperial capital. Although it might be a little exaggerated, in many people's eyes, Ling Xiao's terror had already surpassed the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family. At the very least, the royal family had to consider the consequences of killing someone. On the other hand, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything. He only did things according to his heart. Puchi! Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Lu Qianzong of the Divine Guards of Justice looked at the corpses on the ground and finally could not bear the pressure in his heart, and committed suicide on the spot. He knew very well that if he didn't choose to commit suicide now, he would still be killed once he returned. Although the reserve troops of the Divine Guards of Justice that he brought with him were not very strong, they were a potential force. And now, they were all dead. How was he going to explain this to the Emperor? You're still considered a man. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qianzong indifferently and said loudly, The Divine Guards of Justice have been killed and the rebellion has been stopped. Everyone, there's no need to panic. After saying that, he suddenly turned to look at the heavenly rock phoenix sun, Pingyu. If not for Pingyu's instigation, Lu Qianzong would have chosen to retreat. How could Ling Xiao let Pingyu go? Anyway, he had already killed so many people. Killing one more did not matter. You were the one who instigated him to kill me just now? Ling Xiao looked at Pingyu. His cold voice made Pingyu's blood freeze in an instant. He felt a fear that he had never felt before. His strength was on par with Kong He and slightly stronger than the celebrity, Huang Zi, but he was only at the grotto heaven realm. That Lu Qianzong was much stronger than him, but he was still unable to gain any benefits in front of Ling Xiao. Could it be that he was going to die here today? I'm the heavenly rock phoenix sun, the young master of the great rock race. You dare to kill me? Pengyu was afraid. He could only use his own identity to intimidate Ling Xiao. I just killed the celebrity, Huang Zi, so I don't mind killing another heavenly rock phoenix sun. Moreover, you're not the only young master of the great rock race. If you die, perhaps someone else will appear. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking sneer and said, Moreover, I'm the Dragon King Tian bestowed by the Emperor, a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. You actually dared to instigate the rebel army to kill me. Why can't I kill you? Pingyu was stunned. To be honest, he had long forgotten that Ling Xiao still had the identity of Dragon King Tian. Now that he thought about it carefully, Dragon King Tian was still a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Even if he had a different surname, he was still a prince. He instigated others to kill a prince in front of everyone. That was equivalent to rebelling. Although Lu Qianzong said that they were sent by the emperor, without an imperial edict, and with no evidence, the emperor would definitely not admit it. He would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the stormy ocean. Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. Not only did he have sufficient reasons, he also spoke righteously. Even the emperor would not be able to find any fault with it. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the Great Rock race will find trouble with you? No matter what, I'm the most outstanding youth in the Great Rock race. They will definitely protect me. Pingyu was already completely terrified. The person he was facing now was a lunatic who dared to kill anyone. He knew that his words might not be useful, but he had to say it. Because if he did not say it, he would be dead. If he said it, he might still be able to live. Your so-called protection, are you referring to these two trash? Cold Plum, who had disappeared, unknowingly appeared again. Two heads were thrown at Pingyu's feet. You actually killed them! Pingyu's heart was extremely cold. The two people who were killed were bodyguards specially arranged by the Great Rock race. Both of them were Third Grotto Heaven Realm experts. But now they had become two corpses. How could it be? How could it be? Pingyu's entire body was trembling. What kind of lunatic and terrifying person had he offended? Beside him, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had quietly walked away without anyone noticing. The two of them were extremely glad that they did not instigate Lu Qianzong or make a move. Otherwise, they would probably be in the same dangerous situation as Pingyu. However, the two of them did not feel comfortable. They would definitely be mocked by their peers if they did not save them today. All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. Therefore, they swore that after returning to the Great Rock race, they would cultivate even harder. No matter what, they had to reach the level of killing Ling Xiao. Otherwise, even if Ling Xiao did not have the protection of the Moon Maiden by his side, they would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. That would be awkward. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, what did you two vile people say when you became sworn brothers? You have to share blessings and hardships together. Now that I'm in trouble, you're actually not willing to help? Chapter 1334. In times of crisis, even the so-called sworn brothers had become heartless. Jia Tianfeng sneered. Pingyu, don't blame us. When the celebrity Huangzi was killed, you didn't do anything. A wise man submits to circumstances. Ling Xiao is stronger than us. You should know this, but you did something stupid. You can't blame us. That's right. We have no reason to take the blame for your mistake. Kong Ming also nodded. Despicable! Coward! Pingyu could only roar. If I, Pingyu, don't die today, I'll kill the two of you. When the three of them were fighting, Ling Xiao had been watching coldly. Was this the so-called sworn brothers? They were just a group of friends. When there were benefits, they could form a group. When there was trouble, they would each take care of their own matters. Ling Xiao would never make friends with such people. If his friends were such people, he would have abandoned them long ago. Therefore, whenever he was in danger, there would always be someone to help him. Because when those people were in danger, he would also lend a helping hand, even at the cost of his own life. Pingyu, don't struggle anymore. You must die today! Ling Xiao had wanted to kill Pingyu long ago. Unfortunately, half a year ago, he didn't have the strength, and he didn't want to rely on the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. Now that he had this kind of strength, in addition to the things that this fellow had done to him today, he naturally wanted to kill him without showing any mercy. He slowly stepped out, and his cold killing intent condensed into an invisible giant sword, pointing at the heavenly rock and phoenix sun Pingyu. No, you can't kill me! You can't! I can give you everything you want, everything! Pingyu shook his head and kept retreating. His fear had reached its peak. At this moment, as long as he could live, he would do anything for Ling Xiao. It's useless. When I first came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, you tried to take my life many times. I wasn't as good as you then, so I didn't retaliate. You shouldn't have provoked me again. You chose this path of death yourself. Don't blame me if you die. Ling Xiao calmly explained the reason why he had to kill Pingyu. He continued to move forward. In that instant, Pingyu suddenly transformed. He spread his wings and tore through the air, his speed as fast as lightning. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can kill me? Although I'm not your match, my speed is much faster than yours. In the sky, Pingyu suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that the fear just now was actually an act. This guy had been waiting for Ling Xiao to relax even a little bit, and suddenly chose to escape. Now, he felt that he had succeeded. Ling Xiao's lips curled upward into a cold grin. Speed? He didn't know that there was someone in the Grotto Heaven realm who was faster than him. The eighth light profound, wings of light. In this half a year, Ling Xiao had comprehended the light and shadow profound to the 10th step. He had comprehended many profound meanings by combining them with his own advantages. For example, the wings of light and wings of darkness of the 9th profound meaning were like this. The wings of light spread out, and 2 pairs of golden wings instantly pierced through the sky. It wasn't a person. Instead, it was a beam of light. It was only for a moment. Sky Rock Huangzi felt a pain between his eyebrows. Then, he gradually lost consciousness and rapidly fell from the sky. It was only at this moment that he suddenly understood that Ling Xiao's strength had reached a level where he could crush those in the Grotto Heaven realm. As for how strong his cultivation was, it was still a mystery. Pingyu would never know that Ling Xiao had only killed him and those righteous divine guards today to test his moves. His real trump cards were not used by Ling Xiao today. Those trump cards were used to deal with stronger enemies like Sword Demon. It was a bit of a waste to deal with them. Bam! Pingyu's body finally crashed to the ground. Although his strong body was not smashed, he was no longer breathing. The great rock's feathers fluttered in the sky, filled with sorrow. Sky Rock Huangzi dead. In a day, Ling Xiao had killed 2 Huangzi in a row. This was definitely a matter that would shock the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. A matter as big as the heavens. The people who were watching the show were trembling in their hearts. They looked at Ling Xiao not only with respect, but also with confusion. Ling Xiao's strength was really beyond their imagination. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming had already quietly left. Today's escape was a disgrace. They swore that they would get back at him during the Dragon Phoenix selection and the White Tiger meet. Or they would use some extreme methods to make Ling Xiao die early. Since they were no match for him directly, they would play dirty. Outside the Divine Phoenix Empire, 3 mounts flew over. They were extremely fast, like a gust of wind sweeping past. The mounts were all precious strange beasts. On the strange beasts were a man and 2 women. If Ling Xiao was here, he would recognize them. These 3 people were Feng Mei Xiao, Medicine King Sun Zai, and Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. In front is the famous foreign trade market outside the imperial capital. If the 2 of you are interested, you can take a look around. There's no rush to enter the city. It was still early, so Feng Mei Xiao was naturally not in a hurry to go back. She traveled thousands of miles to the White Tiger continent, and spent a large sum of money to invite Medicine King Sun Zai to the Divine Phoenix Empire. On one hand, it was naturally to refine a pill for her future son-in-law, Ji Mingxing, to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. On the other hand, she wanted Sun Zai to oversee the Phoenix Academy, and revive the destroyed pill market of the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, her attitude towards these 2 people was still very polite. Although she did not recognize anyone because of the baptism of the Divine Phoenix Empire's holy light, she would naturally do things that were beneficial to the Empire. Fine, let's walk around then. The 3 of them put away the strange beasts and walked around the market. Looking at the many novel things, it was too much for their eyes to take in. A little interesting. The goods of this empire are really rare. That Ling Xiao can also be considered a character. Although his cultivation is not much, he is a first-class expert in terms of strange skills. While shopping, the three of them found many stalls of the Celestial Empire's merchants. Looking at the goods on the stalls, they were much more novel than those of other countries. The business was also very prosperous. When they asked these merchants, they all said that the Celestial Emperor designed them and allowed them to obtain the blueprints for free and sell them. Seeing this scene, Medicine King Sun Zai felt a little emotional. In the past, when he met Ling Xiao in the City of Sin, he did not have a good impression of this child. Now that he saw how great Ling Xiao was in the eyes of the Celestial Empire's merchants, he could not help but feel a little unhappy. Therefore, he hurriedly bought 2 things and prepared to enter the city. However, before he could take 2 steps, there was a sudden commotion in the market. It was actually a storyteller who went up on stage and shouted, "Everyone, what I want to talk about today is not that old story, nor is it a distant anecdote. It is a big thing that just happened in our empire today. Bool Shastras T, what big thing can happen in the empire? If you want to talk about a big thing, it would be Ji Mingxing and Feng Minglian's marriage today. But that is only a marriage between a noble family. What does it have to do with us?" Someone below the stage said disdainfully. Chapter 1335. I'm afraid this person didn't go to the scene to watch? The storyteller laughed. Indeed didn't go, there's no meaning in it. That person replied. That's where you're wrong. Not going to the wedding scene today is definitely your greatest loss. Just about an hour ago, at the wedding, an earth-shattering matter happened. But for those who went, I'm afraid they will not forget the heroic bearing of that young hero. The storyteller stroked his beard and intentionally raised his teacup to drink, whetting everyone's appetite. The young hero that you're talking about, is it the celebrity Huang Zi? Could it be that someone went to create trouble, but was repelled by the celebrity Huang Zi on the spot? That's right, if it wasn't for such a matter, this mere wedding, no matter how grand it is, it's just a banquet. How would it be as soul-stirring as what you said? The people below the stage were talking one after another. They all felt that this storyteller was really exaggerating, to be able to make a very ordinary matter, as though it was an earth-shattering matter. Let's go, it's just a storyteller's lie, what meaning is there? Medicine King Sun Bu flicked his sleeves, feeling a little bored, and was about to leave. But the storyteller's following words made the 3 of them, including him, unable to move their feet. That's why I said you guys didn't go, you don't know what happened. The young hero that I'm talking about is not that shameless Ji Mingxing, but the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. The storyteller proudly said. You guys will never imagine that in less than an hour's time, Ji Mingxing was killed, the great Sun Realm Lord was killed, thousands of divine guards were killed, even the heavenly rock Phoenix Sun Pingyu was killed, and there were also hundreds of young talents from the Phoenix Academy. What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of matter, of course, could be said to be earth-shattering, heaven-shattering and earth-shattering. Could it be that there were external enemies invading, causing these people to be killed? That Ling Xiao repelled the external enemies? Someone asked. I say, can you stop keeping us in suspense? Quickly say what you have to say. The people below the stage became anxious and expectant. But I'm short on money for wine these days. I wonder if you can give me some. The storyteller chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? None of the martial artists present lacked spirit stones. In just a moment, the storyteller's box was filled to the brim. At this moment, the storyteller closed the frame and said with a smile, Your guesses are all wrong. There are no foreign enemies invading the imperial capital today. Our imperial capital is so big, how can it be invaded so easily? Then what's going on? Who could kill so many people at once? Could it be that some grotto heaven realm expert has gone mad? Questions came one after another. Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King Sun Sa, and Ji Luoyu were also looking forward to it. Didn't I just say that today's young hero is Ling Xiao? The one who destroyed the true Devil Empire, created the Celestial Empire, captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, and killed Timur Muta. The storyteller said with a smile. Don't tell us that those people were all killed by Ling Xiao? Feng Mingxiao asked with a frown. This heroine has guessed correctly. Those people, other than the great Sun Realm Lord, were all killed by Ling Xiao. The storyteller nodded. Impossible. How could he kill so many people with his little cultivation? Celebrity Huang Zi, Heavenly Rock Huang Zi, which one of them isn't stronger than him? Feng Mingxiao said sternly. Heroine, what you know is old news. Ling Xiao was only a 9th heavenly layer martial artist half a year ago. But today, in my opinion, he is probably a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. The storyteller said with a smile. Are you sure? Of course, I can't be sure. But I saw Ling Xiao kill Ji Mingxing and Pingyu with my own eyes. You don't know, there were thousands of righteous divine guards, and the leader was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. In the end, they were all killed before they could even get close to Ling Xiao. The storyteller said proudly. Bastard! Ling Xiao, that evil thief! Feng Mingxiao scolded. Heroine, you're wrong. You don't know this, but Ji Mingxing actually framed his savior. He even crippled his cultivation and almost killed him. That person is Haim Myunkeo, right? Yes, it is Haim Myunkeo. This Haim Myunkeo is Ling Xiao's friend. Do you think that when Ling Xiao came to the imperial capital, he wouldn't stand up for her? The storyteller said. The most shameful thing is that the great Sun Realm Lord. He actually used an illusion to try and force Feng Minglian to marry his shameless disciple. Is this all true? Some people didn't quite believe it. It is absolutely true. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince has already investigated. This is the truth. Princess Lianer also testified. It can't be wrong, the storyteller said. Later on, for some reason, the righteous divine guards came to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao destroyed them in a fit of anger. Speaking of which, this Ling Xiao is really arrogant. He didn't even give face to the emperor. After that, the storyteller vividly described the process to everyone in detail. He was a storyteller, so he naturally knew how to polish the words. The process was inevitably a little exaggerated. Listening to it made one's blood boil and excited. In that instant, everyone present seemed to see a tyrannical and arrogant young martial artist who didn't fear power. Facing the encirclement of countless people, he only used a sword to kill his way out of the encirclement. Although many people didn't like arrogant people, but every martial artist actually hoped that they could be so tyrannical. But this required strength to pave the way. Ling Xiao was already so strong. This Ling Xiao must die! Feng Mingxiao's eyes were as cold as the devil's. She absolutely could not tolerate someone who kidnapped her daughter and killed the future son-in-law she had her eyes on. But he was still alive. Absolutely not. Boom! At this time, a powerful fluctuation suddenly came from the horizon. Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King Sun Zai's expression changed greatly. Who is fighting there, causing such a huge commotion? Sun Zai asked. I'm afraid it's the old ancestor. As for the other person, I don't know. Feng Mingxiao clenched her teeth. She guessed that the other person was very likely the legendary protector behind Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden. From this clash, she could sense that her old ancestor had suffered a loss. Although the loss wasn't great, if the battle continued, her old ancestor might lose. Damn it, how did Ling Xiao obtain the protection of such a person? No wonder he was so arrogant. It seemed that she couldn't openly find trouble with Ling Xiao. She had to secretly plot to kill Ling Xiao. In fact, Feng Mingxiao wasn't the only one with this plan. The Peacock race, the Great Peng race, the Righteous Alliance, and the Emperor Lord's bloodline all had this plan. Heavenly Peng Huangzi was dead. Celebrity Huangzi was dead. Peacock Huangzi was crippled. Thousands of righteous divine guards were killed. These were all done by Ling Xiao. How could such a person be allowed to continue living? They absolutely wouldn't allow it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.